I had a hard time with the sound too.
Well, see, this says chat, replace, hide somebody. I don't want to do that. See, this.
Mm-hmm.
That's somebody.
Yeah.
You are on the record. Seeing it's 4:04, I'd like to call the December 2nd work session of the Kansas City Council to order. And if you are able, please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Do you need to call roll? Okay. So first of all, we have introduction. I have a script here that Jamie has given me, our city clerk. On November 5th, Robert Peterkin submitted his resignation from the city council seat, leaving the seat vacant. Kenai Charter Section 2-9 requires that the remaining council members fill the vacancy by appointment for the unexpired term, which ends October of 2021. We have solicited candidates for the vacant council seat, and today we will be conducting interviews of the 9 candidates. Actually, 9 candidates. The city clerk has confirmed that all 9 candidates are qualified according to the Kenai Charter and Kenai Municipal Code to serve as a city council member. The city clerk also noted that the names were drawn at random to be placed on today's agenda. Each applicant will be provided 5 minutes to make a statement and then additional time to answer questions from the council. We will be adjourning this work session when we have completed all the interviews or at 6 p.m., whichever comes first. If needed, we will continue the interviews in the regular meeting, which begins at 6 p.m. During the regular meeting, we'll be voting on the candidates in order to reach a majority and appoint a candidate to the vacant seat. At that time, the newly appointed council member will take their oath and be seated for the remainder of the regular meeting. Before we begin the interview portion, council, we've received a request from a candidate, Matt Brown, requesting to go last due to a doctor's appointment. Is there any objection to moving him to be the last candidate interviewed? Thank you. See, now we'll move on to the interviews. I would like to draw your attention to a lay down that you should have in front of you with requested revisions to the agenda packet. And that was to remove item C4, which is an email request from Mr. Dave Peck. And then also move to item C2 to C8, which would be Matt Brown's order of the interview. So first of all, I'd like to just say welcome everybody. And when we were putting out the solicitation for council seats, I think I expected probably 3 or 4 folks to apply. I'm very happy that there's this many people in the community willing to be involved with our local government, and I commend you for putting your name in the hat. I know what it takes to do that, and wish you luck. We want to do this. You know, interviews can be tough and a little bit, stressful. We'll try to make this as easy as possible. So feel free, or I hope you feel comfortable while you're doing your interview. And if you have any questions of the body, you're certainly willing to ask. One other thing I just wanted to point out too, it was on the solicitation packet that there is a requirement for a financial disclosure. So I know that might be maybe an issue if some of you folks weren't aware of that. So just wanted to make you aware before you interview, and if selected, you accept the position. So, and with that, we will move on to interviews, and it looks like Mr. Navarre, Tim.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Thank you, and I too am excited that there's so many applicants that applied. I know you've read the packet and my information, but I did want you to also keep in mind I serve as the immediate past president of AML if I stay on or back on the council. Stu Graham wasn't reelected either there. And that puts me on the executive board of AML, and I think that's something that has benefited the city of Kenai, and that is a position that I would be entitled. The immediate past three presidents are allowed to serve on the board after you've served, and so I would be the first one since Stu isn't there, and I was there the year before that. Also, as you know, in my packet, my information, I referenced the bluff erosion project. As you know, I've been very involved in that project since its inception and working with the different city leaders through all those years of moving that project forward, and look very forward to being able to continue to help and work through that, both at the federal level with our Senate delegation and our Congressman Young and other local state officials also. I've thought a lot about, when because I was ready. I served 9 years. I was ready to move on, and this position became available very soon, and so I thought, well, maybe I will apply again, and because I was prepared to serve another 3 years. I realized this was only for a year, or not even a year, about 9-10 months. But I do have the knowledge of the budget and the information in the city. The other thing I'd like to work, I also know all the numbers associated with the COVID funds and those opportunities, and also what the second level of funding at the federal level, if they ever get together, what that could mean for local governments also. The other thing is that I think it's important, and I would make it a focus, that we don't want to lose our small businesses or any more than we already have. And that's something that we're going to have to work very hard at and find real solutions, because they're the backbone of any community, including ours, and they're very important. And with that said, that also includes all your nonprofits and some of those that have been hit very hard and that are an equal part of that, of our community. And I would like to work with them and find real solutions, in listening to them and what they need and what encouragement, or even if it's not something the council can help with, but maybe it's something we can get help from the state or the federal agencies, so that we don't lose those opportunities. And finally, I know during our debate this year at the chamber, we were asked if we were given $1 million, what we'd do. And I did say I wanted to work towards fixing some stuff with the homeless. I still believe that. And I believe, it's a solution that can be fixed now before it gets too involved. And with that, I know, like I said, I could have gone into my long history in that, but I'm prepared to answer any questions you might have, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Navarre. Any questions from the body for Mr. Navarre? Councilman Glendenny.
Yeah, just a question I'm going to ask everybody. We raise money through taxes, and there's use tax and all this, but the two primary ones are sales tax and property tax. And in your view, should we have to raise tax, which do you think would be the most efficient means to gather money to support our city initiatives? The property tax, of course, is reliant on borough assessments, but we set the mill rate, and property and sales tax, we're tied into the borough in a certain way too. But anyway, I'll frame the question that way.
Well, thank you for the question, and I guess my answer would be is certainly I'm familiar with the bluff erosion project, and and I believe that funds and that project should be funded by about a half a cent of the sales tax. I think that's the correct manner. Because then you're also getting people outside our city and visitors and that to help us do that, and hopefully that is gonna be an opportunity for the public to, and visitors to enjoy, and certainly the bluff being protected helps, but we're also hopefully get a beautification benefit out of the project. So to answer your question, that would be it. I truly do believe, though, that the state needs to get their house in order also, because just like municipal assistance and revenue sharing for our city and other funds that have come down, and they might have to do something on the sales tax and on the, because they don't have a property tax, but they could do a statewide sales tax. What they do, but that could bring us money, and maybe we wouldn't have to raise ours. But either way, but if there was a choice, that I would go with the sales tax, and primarily to fund the bluff erosion project. Thank you.
Councilman Winger.
Hi, thanks again, Tim, for putting your name in and looking at doing this opportunity with the city. So I'm going to elaborate a little more on that. You said that you'd want to do a sales tax to help fund the bluff. Are you would you be pro the sales tax over a bond to fund that project?
Well, the voters already approved a $2 million bond that would be required to move the project forward also, that we would already be bonding for that $2 million. So yeah, I guess I would lean more towards a small increase in the sales tax, and it would just be for the period of time to fund the bluff erosion project. And I think that takes the burden off the taxpayer, both in their property tax or in a bond, because a bond's essentially the same thing. It's equivalent of raising your property tax, because it's going to be paid by the property owners, not by citizens that visit our city and pay sales tax. So that's my primary reason for doing that, because I think it takes a mix, and we already have about a $2 million bond that will be required for the taxpayers to pay currently once the project does require the funds and moves forward. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Navarre? I do have two questions. I'll be the same two questions I'll be asking each candidate. If we had a budget surplus, what that allowed us to expand or add city services, which would you like to see either expanded or added?
You know, if we're fortunate to have a surplus, I think it's going to be because of the covert funds that possibly are that. And as I stated in my opening comments, I think we really have to look at our community and what they need first to survive, then spend it on anything. So I would really look to continue to support in however way we can, whether it's part of the program of marketing that we put a little money into in the COVID, but put more money in to help the small businesses and nonprofits to be able to stay open and profitable in this next year, because they've missed a lot of opportunity over this last year. So that would be my primary, and like I said, that's primary because I think that's where most of the surplus funds would come based on my knowledge of the budget. But I just don't see us spending, because if anything, I would put surplus towards the bluff erosion project, so we wouldn't have to raise taxes or possibly even fund the bond or float the bond that we have the authorization from the public already to do. Just don't float that. But those are big ifs, Mayor, but that's the best I can do in answering.
Yeah, and this is, I clearly want to say, because it's going to segue into my next question, is that this is purely hypothetical. So I don't want anybody to read anything into this for sure. But conversely, if we had a budget deficit where we had to cut city services, where would you see, where would you propose or advocate for which city services to cut?
Hopefully that's hypothetical, because otherwise I don't want to run for this position. No, You know, that's a tough one, but I think first you'd have to go across the board, but you know, you have to protect your police and fire, and, that we're already a slim and trim, city. I think people appreciate the way we plow the city's roads currently in that, so, you know, that's a tough one. I think all departments would have to take a hit, and maybe we would have to if it was severe enough, and you weren't gonna raise taxes, then I think you would, lose some personnel. And that might mean some of our parks and that don't get the same treatment that they would, or even, that. I certainly, the fire department with the ambulance and the police would have to be a high priority, but at the same time, I think across the board, if you were gonna cut everybody, I think you should look at them also. But I think you have to be very careful, because you gotta look at the long-term survival of the city. And that's what I've always done since when I served here and in my other positions representing the city. I always looked at what's in the best interest of the city long-term. You can always have little short-term fixes, but if you don't look at the long-term, then sometimes the short-term gains cost you a lot more in the long term. So I'd be very careful with the cuts, but you would have to do cuts.
Vice Mayor Malloy.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Thank you, Mr. Navarre, for the application. Another question is, if you were appointed to this position for the next year, what initiatives do you think that you would like to pursue, or that you think the city should pursue in the next year?
I'm not sure if I followed you. The
Sure. Do
initiative
you have any initiatives for city business that you would like to see pursued if you were appointed to this position in the next year?
Thank you for the question, and I guess I'd go back to my opening statement. I believe what I bring to the council, which is very important, and the only real initiative I would have is serving the city again under AML. As you know, they brought us the online sales tax issue. We have people from the city that sits on that board, but we're also got a legislative session coming up that will deal with a lot of issues and possible cuts that could create a deficit for the city. So it would be working with the legislature and the governor's office and the AML in prioritizing, and as I always did with AML, whether it was Rick Cook when he was city manager or Paul Ostrander, I always communicated to him and said, hey, you got to look at this. You got to find out on this. They want to get information on this. You need to supply them this information. And it benefited the city. And that's my biggest initiative that I think I can bring to the council in the next 9 months that you currently don't have as, you know, the ML representation that I would bring and hopefully help along that. And also, without a doubt, I wouldn't quit working on the bluff erosion project. Just because we're as close as we are, you don't let your guard down yet. And so I would make that a priority also. Thank you.
And this is just a question I'm going to ask everyone. Do you, being that this is a temporary appointed seat and the seat becomes available again in October, do you have any intentions or plan on running for that 3-year term for this seat?
You know, I honestly haven't thought of that. Okay. You know, it's like when I had to make a decision this year, I had to decide where we were at. Our company had a big decision that was in the middle of. There was a lot of things that played into this year's decision. Like I said, I move on, I find other things, and I'm going to stay in the city of Kenai. The fact that I'm here, it'll probably depend on how close to bluff erosion and if there's some real ability for me to continue to be a benefit to the city of Kenai. In that case, then I probably would put my name forward again, because that's always been my priority. Is I've lived in Kenai almost all my life since my mother and father brought me here in 1957, and I've enjoyed it, and I want to see it continue to prosper and do well. So I would do that. Thank you.
Any other, Councilmember Naxton?
Kind of a two-part question, sort of hypothetical too, but COVID funding, the city's had received a lot of funding for COVID or disaster relief, and of course you were a part of this, and now that's kind of getting to be more in our rearview mirror now, most of that. Two questions are, one is, looking back, how do you think the city handled those funds? Do you think that you would have shifted more funds into one thing or reduced somewhere else? Do you think we did that? And then secondly, if we get some additional funding here in the next couple of months, what would be your emphasis for that funding?
Well, first thing, I think, without a doubt, the city did a very good job. Whenever you're the first one out, which we were, we had our money on the street right away. And people can always take our lessons learned and make a few tweaks to it. But without a doubt, I can tell you, with our first round of funds to the business and nonprofits, they were immensely appreciative. And I think it did make an immense of why some of them are still around today. I think you can always look in hindsight and look at problems or a little money here and there. It's just like at the end, we threw some money at the housing issue, and it was good that Alaska Housing was, and then they passed it on to somebody. But if anything, that was one that's been slow to cover some of the people, and yet it was a high need. If we get more funds, I think you'll find without a doubt this virus, this pandemic is not over. I think there are going to be people that need some assistance in their housing and some of that. I think that would be still one priority. If you look at the number of applicants we had, then I think that's one area. And again, without a doubt, I think you have to not forget your small business, because that's the long-term vision that I talked to you about, that you can't forget. That's what's going to survive Kenai in the long run, is protecting our small businesses. And so we need to maybe have real discussions with them. I mentioned that to Tim Dillon. I know he says he's asking questions and finding out, but we need to find out what they really need and where they can help. There's some businesses, that I look at, as we were happy to see an old building that was vacant for a long time and it became a fun center for kids. And I still feel sorry for them when I see that, because they've really not been able to do and no money at all. I think they, but hopefully those type of businesses, we can find a way and they can find a way to stay open and involved in our community and make it a fun place to be and live and work. So thank you. Hopefully I've answered your question.
Thank you. Any other questions of Mr. Navarre? Seeing no, thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Mike Boyle. Mr. Boyle?
I'm Mike Boyle, for those who don't know me, but that would be none of you up there. I saw this vacancy come up, and the reason I put my name in the hat was because I'm a known commodity. You don't have to train me. I can come on board. I can hit the ground running. I know the general daily ongoing issues of the city, and I'm not so fresh on what's happened in the last year or two, but I can come up to speed rather quickly. I serve the city and the citizens. I don't come because someone encouraged me to do so, no group or anyone else. I simply offer you my time and my willingness to work if that's something you would like. And I have nothing more to say on that, so I'm going to take questions.
Thank you. Questions from the body? Councilmember Glendenning?
Yes, I'm going to ask my tax efficiency question. Should the need come that we feel that we must raise some more revenue, In your estimation, which would be the most efficient way to raise tax money, a sales tax or a property tax through a mill rate increase?
Okay, so on that issue, the mill rate is adjusted yearly, and it's generally adjusted based on perceived needs in the future. So my first place that I would look is at the mill rate, because it's traditionally used in a manner where it's in flux. As a rule, when taxes go up, they don't tend to ever go down. So with that in mind, I would avoid raising sales tax unless the city perceived a very serious need in which that was necessary. You're welcome.
Councilmember Weir.
Thanks again for putting your name into the mix and coming up and being willing to serve the city. Same question, would you be willing to run for that 3-year seat in October?
That's not in my interest at this point. One thing I've found is I'm not very good at predicting the future.
Okay.
But it is not. It's certainly not in my plans. In fact, the only reason I'm doing this is because I do have the experience, and it is a short term. And at this point in my life, I can commit 10 months, but I don't see myself wanting at this point in time to commit for 4 years. Thank you. You're welcome.
Any other questions of the body? Vice Mayor Malloy.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Thank you, Mr. Boyle, for putting in your application. And I want to ask a similar question that I asked to Mr. Navarre, and that's in for this short-term 10-month period. Do you have any personal initiative that you think that the city should pursue in the next 10 months?
I don't. I didn't come here with something in mind. I don't have any issues that I bring with me, and my interest is generally, I know you need 7 people up there, and my interest is in the runnings of the city and dealing with issues as they come along.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions of Mr. Boyle? I'll throw out my hypothetical here. So we got a budget surplus, and it's enough to expand or add services. Is there any services that you'd like to see that the city's not providing now, or add to services, enhance services that we are providing?
I've always been of the mind in the years that and now at my age I speak in decades, but in the time that I've lived in the city, I think the city's always done a good job. I've never had anything more than a minor complaint, which generally was minor enough to keep to myself. So I've never had any major complaints about the offerings the city's given to the citizens. So I think we do a good job. If there's extra funds and there are things the city or the people of the city wish to look toward, then maybe it's an opportunity to spend that money or even put it aside for leaner days. Kind of like now, we go through leaner days and we have a bank account for the future, which we've done rather well, as a matter of fact, I believe. And I don't know if I answered your question.
Yeah, no, that's fine. And then conversely, if we have a budget deficit that required a cut to city services, where would you propose or advocate for those cuts to be?
Personally, and I know that's a decision of the body, but personally, I tend to look at, if a family loses income, then everybody tightens their belt equally. And so I tend to look at all of it apart, and if there's 2% less to spend that the city has in a yearly budget, then 2% spread across the board, people tighten their belts and they get through it. And so I tend to favor cutting across the board, although that doesn't always work, and I'm well aware of that. So sometimes it's situational.
Very good, thank you. Vice Mayor Malloy.
Thanks. So another, as you know, having served on a lot of commissions, another job that council members have is being a liaison to a commission. I think Councilmember Peterkin was beautification.
He was, yeah, he was assigned there.
So, would you have any issue with those extra duties?
No, absolutely not.
And
In fact, they're kind of fun.
yeah, And sometimes we have to have a work session like this or a special meeting like the mayor called because there was an issue that came up that we had to deal with, and you would have the time to participate in those kind of things.
For sure.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And you know, as you know, we allow telephone participation, and currently we're doing some things by Zoom. We did the special meeting by Zoom because of the emergency pandemic circumstances, but you've got the time to do all that too.
I do.
Thanks.
I wouldn't have come to you and made the commitment had I not weighed out whether or not I had the time to do this.
Very good. Thanks. Appreciate it, Mr. Boyle.
Any other questions of Mr. Boyle? Thank you, Mr. Boyle. Appreciate you putting your name in.
Thank you, and I would welcome the opportunity to sit with you again.
Thank you. Next up, we have Ms. Askin.
Good evening, Mayor Gabriel and council. I'm a little nervous. I haven't had to speak for a while in front of people. I first was introduced to the city of Kenai government in the late 90s. I transcribed all the commission minutes for about a year and a half. And so I've been interested since then. And in 2008, I started on the Harbor Commission. Mayor Porter appointed me to that position. And I brought to the Harbor Commission my experience with Cook Inlet spill prevention and response, with emergency response and Cook Inlet needs, maritime, all of the maritime issues that we're facing. In addition, while I was at CISPRI, I was asked to serve on the local emergency planning committee, which I took with me when I moved to Marathon in 2008 and then on into Hillcourt, and I just recently resigned that position. After 8 years on the Harbor Commission, I moved to the planning and zoning, and I really enjoyed that for the last 5 years. I think I could be I am fair and equitable in making decisions and voting issues on that commission. I've been a resident of Kenai for 35 years, and as a mom, working with the schools and nonprofits and for-profit companies, I think I can drill down and find the commonality we have, the common ground between two opposing issues, and can make fair and equitable decisions. I think I could bring a fresh perspective, another perspective to the council with the experience that I have. And I'm open for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Askin. First of all, thank you for your service on Harbor and P&Z, and much appreciated. Any questions of Ms. Askin? Councilmember Winger.
I'd like to thank you for applying and for serving as well. So I can see that you've got 13 years serving on various committees, so appreciate that. Would you consider running that 3-year term in October for the open seats?
Yes, I would.
You would? Okay. So I appreciate your continued service to Kenai. Thank you.
Councilmember Glendenning.
Excuse me. Hypothetical. I don't like them, but sometimes they're fun. Should the need arise to increase city revenue through taxes, either sales tax or property tax, the sales tax is usually expressed in a percentage of sales, and property tax is, of course, influenced by assessment, but also by the mill rate. Do you see a difference, or do you see a preference, or a balance between the two, or would you pick one? It's open-ended. You can answer it how you want.
I think it would depend on what you're raising money specifically for. If it's something that is a temporary short-term item that we need an influx of cash, I think as a mill rate would be the way to go, because we could adjust that up and down a little easier. If it's something that's going to be a long-term issue, then sales tax would certainly reach a wider spectrum of people.
Any other questions of Ms. Askin? Vice Mayor Malloy.
Thank you for putting in your application, Ms. Askin. Appreciate it. And also, appreciate Councilmember Navarre, Mr. Navarre's and Mr. Boyle's past service to the city, and appreciate yours also. But I was going to ask my question about if you have a personal interest in any initiatives that you think the city should pursue in the 10-month term that you would have here, if appointed?
One that would be of interest to me is probably the homeless. I think it's becoming a situation we're going to need to aggressively address. I'm always interested in the seniors. If there's more or different services we need to provide for them. Other than that, I think the city of Kenai does a pretty excellent job of providing all of our services.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember next then.
Similar to what I asked Mr. Navarre, if the city were to receive some additional CARES funding in January or whatever, what would you think would be the top priorities for that funding?
One of the ones, just in personal experience, we own a fourplex, and we have a single mom that was having difficulty meeting rent, and she was not aware that we had given money to anyone that could provide housing assistance. And I had gotten the card in the mail and was able to help her. So I'm not sure that that reached as many people as it should have. Young families, I know starting out with us when we had kids and were working, and a lot of times we were a paycheck away from not having a home. And I think probably the young families, and then second would be the small businesses. We can keep them going.
Thank you. Any other questions of Ms. Askin? I guess I'll bring it back to mine. And again, I thank you, Vice Mayor Moy, for also pointing out our previous council members' service here too. I didn't mean to slight them at all. In fact, served with both of them for several years. So hypothetical situation, we got extra money, and same mill rate, we haven't raised mill rate sales tax, just extra. It's pennies from heaven, let's say. And what would you would like to see is either expanded or added as far as city services are concerned?
I'd like to see us, first of all, put some away for a rainy day. I think that's just good business, and make sure that we're meeting all of our obligations. And then after that, I think it would be a situational thing. What's happening in the economy at the time? If there's a specific group that we have to maybe help, or a certain service that we need to beef up. It would be a situational thing, I think.
Okay. And then conversely, if we're facing a severe budget deficit and we need to cut services, is there any place that you would recommend that would happen?
I don't see the city of Kenai as having a lot of fat as far as services. I think we're just pretty efficient. I like the idea of an across-the-board decrease, but sometimes that doesn't work very well. You wind up seeing some that take it real seriously and others just don't. Other departments may not. I don't know which one I would take away or cut funding for. It would depend on what's happening.
Very good. Thanks. Vice Mayor Moy.
Thank you. So Ms. Askin, because of your 5 years of experience on planning and zoning, you're well familiar with the workload that they have. And the council workload's higher than that, and we can have more meetings and stuff, and the liaison and everything. And are you able to commit the time necessary?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Askin? Seeing none, thank you again for putting in your application. Next up, we have Ms. Oden.
Hello, I'm Shelby Oden. I've lived in the city of Kenai for just over 5 years. It'll be 6 in May. My husband and I moved here for warmer weather down from North Pole, so we definitely found it and have fallen in love with this community. In an effort to avoid repeating what you've already read about me in my letter of interest and in my resume, I'd like to talk about why specifically I'm interested in the city council seat and why it's come to my attention at this time. As a child, I was always interested in politics and government through high school. I had one of those t-shirts that said future president and wore it relentlessly every time it was clean. And as I grew, politics and government seems a little bit more intimidating, more scary, and maybe something that wasn't for me. But I've recently had a change of heart, so that's what I would like to discuss today. I own a small business called Little Askin. It's here in Kenai, just off the highway. As you know, small businesses are struggling because of the pandemic, and mine is no exception. Starting in April and May, our sales really started to drop off, and we received several grants, both from the city and from the state, which was extremely helpful. But what I would specifically like to talk about is the marketing grant that the city of Kenai did for small businesses. My business received that grant, and it was life-changing, and that's kind of what brought city council and government here in the city of Kenai to my attention, because I can directly correlate the success of my business through this pandemic to some of the people who are sitting here who put in that thought and that effort months and months ago to help small businesses. So as the year comes to an end and I'm reflecting on my progress as a business owner just over this last year, I'm so grateful for the city of Kenai, and this just seemed like such a perfect opportunity to get involved and serve the community. I'm still not very interested in politics or in government. Still seems pretty scary and pretty intimidating, but what I am interested in is this community. We love living here. I love raising my kids here, and will continue to do so as far into the future as I can imagine. So that's why I'm standing here, and I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Oden. Any questions for Ms. Oden? Councilmember Glendenning.
Yes, I have a little different question. We're going through this COVID situation, and it's frightening, intimidating, devastating, but someday it'll be gone. What do you see for the city of Kenai in our area as the not necessarily the premier, but the well, maybe the premier challenge for getting us back up on our feet, back to being normal and mixing freely at picnics and movie theaters and high school plays?
Absolutely. So I think right now what's really important is just getting our community and our businesses through it. When this pandemic is over and whether or not you choose to vaccinate or a vaccine is made available or whatever happens is going to happen, but if at the end of that we don't have small businesses, then there aren't jobs for our young families. And so I really think the most important thing, it's kind of doesn't really answer your question, but our biggest focus right now should just be getting through the pandemic and help small businesses, which will in turn help families. And then at the end, we'll have a healthy community and a healthy economy here in the city.
Thank you.
Any other questions of Ms. Oden? Vice Mayor Malloy.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Ms. Odom, I'm also a small business owner and in private business, not a government employee, not employed by a bigger business. And the workload's challenging. It requires a lot of time and a lot of juggling. And you know, I know you have a family and your private business and everything. And we have special meetings from time to time. Actually, we've only had one this year, I think. We do have some work sessions and the regular meetings that we have, and then a liaison job. Are you able to commit to, being available to do the work for the city?
Yeah, absolutely. So just, and I would credit it back to that marketing grant that the city did. My business is doing quite well. We're in the position to hire someone should the need arise. We haven't, because I love being there and I love doing it. And I also have the luxury of a very supportive family and community that we've built here in Kenai. So yes.
Here, Mike.
Thank you. I can tend to forget that. You get lost in the moment. Like I've asked the other people, do you have a personal initiative that you think that the city should pursue if you were appointed, during the 10 months of your tenure?
At this time, I would just turn back around to small businesses, what I was saying just a few minutes prior. So I think it's really important that small and large businesses make it through this pandemic, because that's where, like, that's who employs the families in this community. And so if we can do that over the next 10 months, I can't imagine this pandemic is going to be over that quickly. I think that should really be a focus, and that's something I feel passionately about because it's personally affected my life and people in my life.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councilmember Winger?
I'd like to thank you for putting your name in, and I'm glad that you've moved into the area, and I'd like to see success for small businesses. With that being said, do you have any intention of running for the seat and being involved come October?
So what I would say to that is I am here standing before you because I feel like I could add value and be a benefit to the city council. However, if that's not the case, then I'm here to add value and help the community. And so over the next 10 months, if that's happening and I am a valuable member, of course I would be interested.
Yes.
Would you be interested in serving on one of our many committees with the city? If you weren't to get this position, would you continue your involvement?
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, just this past year, it's really come to my attention how beneficial small local governments can be. And so, yeah, I'd love to be involved.
Perfect. Thank you.
Any other questions of Ms. Oden? So I'll go. Did you have a follow-up, Ms. Winger? Oh, that's okay. Okay. So we got some money in the budget, some budget surplus. Everything's taken care of, bills are paid. Any services that you would like to see added or expanded that the city provides?
At this point, what I would say is I know my husband is a firefighter for the city of Kenai, and I know that department, there's things that they go without, and I'm sure the same is true for many other city departments. So if there's a surplus, I'm sure there will be no shortage of suggestions of what we could spend it on. I don't necessarily know that adding an additional service is a smart choice, especially in the current economic climate. It doesn't make sense to add something that we might have to cut depending on how the economy shifts in the future.
Okay, and then conversely, if we've got a severe budget deficit, we need to reduce services, where would you suggest those reductions come from?
So ultimately, what I think would be best, and this is a question that stuck out as you were asking the other candidates, when I was first out of college, I worked for the Fairbanks North Star Borough. I was just a lifeguard, and they were having budgetary problems. And what they did was ask the employees, they sent out an email and said, listen, we're here. Anything you think might be good to go, send it back. And so they did that, and I thought it was really smart because we have so many qualified, dedicated employees here at the city of Kenai. They would really be best to say where that money should come from. And then in that same breath, I would say that we need to listen to these people that we've hired to do their jobs. The city of Fairbanks did it and then didn't implement any of the suggestions. They published them, so we knew what the suggestions were, and a lot of them seemed like good ideas, and then not a single one happened. So we have a lot of qualified individuals working for the city of Kenai, and I think we should listen to them. They're the experts.
Thank you. Any other questions of Ms. Oden? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Mr. Kisena.
Hello, everyone. I appreciate you having me here. Thank you, clerks, mayor, and council for allowing everyone this opportunity. I'd also like to thank the other applicants. As a member of this community, I think it's a great example of the dedication that the community has to making things better by seeing 9 people show up today to talk about why they think they would love to be here. I'd also prefer that the other candidates hadn't set the bar so high before I got up here, but they have. So my name is Sovala Kisena. I've been a resident here since I was 2. Unfortunately, I didn't get to choose which town I was born in, so I was born in Soldotna, but I ask that you forgive that. And I'm genuinely proud to call Kenai my home. My wife, Rainey, and I are raising 2 girls here, Aisha and Ember. They go to school here. We're glad to have them in our Kenai schools. And I don't think I would be here without their support and their encouragement. So I would also like to point out that we are a blended family, and I could not be here without the support of one of my daughter's mother and stepfather being supportive in what I do as well. So one thing I think I see, especially this year, you see the divisiveness and the unrest that there is in this country, and I think of how thankful I am to both be raised here and to be raising my family here. We have an incredibly strong community, a wide range of opinions, but people come together and make this a genuinely great place to live. I'm also thankful for the folks that we have, our police, our fire department, our maintenance folks, our parks and recs folks. They do an excellent job providing services to this community that I think are essential in having a safe place to raise families. And I guess that's why I can't see myself living anywhere else or raising a family anywhere else. Also, as a lifelong resident of Kenai, I think it's hard to sit and see a vacancy like this and not think of it as an opportunity to give back to the community that raised you. I'm confident that my experience both in the oil and gas industry, but also the Kenai Peninsula Borough and School District, where I'm currently employed, would allow me to bring some of those skills that I've learned and apply them here in a good way. I'm pretty familiar with public service in general and to the sometimes thankless task that might be, but also how to use public funds in a fair and equitable way that I guess the residents of Kenai deserve. We should not spend recklessly or frugally. I also think that serving on several committees and commissions over the years, both here as a Parks and Rec Commissioner, but some other organizations that I've been a part of, will also provide experience that I can bring to the council. And then I think the hardest part of figuring out what to say about myself for 5 minutes, up to 5 minutes, is being honest about why I wanted to be on city council. I think it's easy to say for me that I think my demeanor as a person helps bring a level-headed yet compassionate approach to decision-making. But really thinking about it, growing up, my grandmother always shared stories about my grandfather, Max Swearingen. And he had been in my eyes, you know, this is my grandmother telling me this, a key member of the community, giving back both in city council or the Peninsula Oilers or the Peninsula Clarion. And I see that and I think, man, I should do the same thing. I'd like to follow in his footsteps, and I would hope that city council would be that next step for me to do so.
Thank you, Mr. Kisena. Any questions for Mr. Kisena? Councilman Glendenning.
Yes. Thank you for coming before us. This is quite an impressive role of list of candidates.
Great.
My question to you is, in the city of Kenai, in our area, what do you think would be the greatest challenge? What would be the greatest challenge to our community, our society, both commercially and sociologically in a post-COVID world? What do you think? What do you think? Just where we are now and where we probably need to get back to. Maybe think in those terms.
It's a bit of a curveball. I had an answer for your other question.
Well, I leaked it out once, so
No, I think, and I think our community has done a pretty good job of this overall, but I think our community being one community, not a separate community of people with different beliefs, joining together to share those same common goals for the city, whether it's public safety or being able to enjoy the services that we have, the library, parks and rec. I mean, we toot Parks and Rec's horn all day. And I think spending time with each other, listening to each other, and trying to come up with common ground on how we can move forward after COVID is what we need to do. I agree with Shelby that we do need to help our small businesses and folks that are struggling with rent get through this process. This kind of answers another question, but I think if we don't do that, we don't help people who need the financial aid to do so, make it through this, we won't have much left to come together on, so.
Any other questions of Mr. Kisena?
thank you.
Councilmember Winger.
Thanks, Sovala, for applying and being willing to serve. And you're on the Parks and Recs. Are you serving on anything else currently? Any other boards, committees?
For the city or?
Just in general.
Yeah, I serve on the AML GIA, which is a offshoot of AML. Their municipal advisory committee, which helps different municipalities address some of their issues that they might face as it relates to risk management. So that might be safety, environmental, whatever that might be. And our overall goal there is to help other municipalities. The borough is a huge organization, and so we have the benefit of having many people and experts that we can basically provide that same expertise to smaller communities, and I think that's been our biggest goal there. Several smaller committees at work, whether it's facilities management or whatever that might be. I think that's it right now.
Microphone. Would you consider in October running for this 3-year term for this seat?
Oh, sure. Yeah, I think I would, depending on how this would go.
Okay.
I think I envision it going well, and it's an incredibly fun experience, and that I am able to serve the community well. And if that's the case, then yeah, I would absolutely do so. If that's not the case, I would probably take myself out.
Thank you. Any other questions of Mr. Kisena? Vice Mayor Moy.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Mr. Kisena, thank you for your years of service on Parks and Recreation Commission. This is a whole much higher level of workload. You know, are you able to commit to being available to do the work that's going to be required, you know, to be an effective council member for the 1-year appointment?
Yeah, absolutely. I have a very supportive family network to help in times when it's after work hours, and I think during work hours, my support at work has been pretty great about saying, yeah, take some time off and go take care of that.
And
see no issue there.
And do you have a personal initiative that you think the city should pursue in the next year?
Oh, I have more ideas than I can count, probably. Not all of them are great ideas, I'm sure. But a few of those ideas, I think, is my biggest one is ways to draw people into this city. And this gets into my comparison between our neighboring city, Soldotna, and us. But they have a lot of draws into their town. And I would like to create some of those same things here that bring people to our town to shop and spend their money here or spend time here. Whether it's an art mural in Old Town Kenai across to a section of Old Town Road. This was not my idea. I wish I could take credit for that, but it wasn't. To where people come into town to walk this path and take photos of local art, and or whether it's a campground to where people come into to Kenai to stay and also draw them into our local businesses. So that'd probably be, I think, one of the first things I'd like to do.
Any other questions of Mr. Kisena? So I'll make my run again here. All the bills are paid. We got a bunch of money. Any expansion of city services or addition of new city services?
I'm fairly frugal and real in my own personal life, and I think I am equally as frugal elsewhere. When I see a surplus of funds, I tend to want to save those funds for a rainy day. But it goes without saying that there are certainly departments within the city that have good uses of some of our funds and would have good ideas to spend that responsibly. So I think, echoing what has been said earlier, spending some of that to improve the services we currently have would be a great idea. But saving a lot of that money would be good too.
And then conversely, we've got a huge budget deficit and we need to make some cuts. Any suggestions of where you would like to see those come from?
Again, to echo what has been said before, I think it is a great idea to put it to the experts in the departments that are here. People are very creative in still accomplishing their tasks while cutting costs where they can. And then there's also, in my experience, always areas where processes can be improved to save money. I would hate to cut costs across the board, but I would also hate to cut services in one individual department. If I had to choose between those two options, then across the board seems like a better option, but I would prefer to try to save first.
Very good. Any other questions of Mr. Kisena? Vice Mayor Malloy.
Not really a question, but more a comment, just like for everybody generally, like the mayor said, we're fortunate to have had 9 applicants that really interested and all meet the qualifications, all very well qualified, and you know, our opinion is just, you know, for tonight, for who we think would be best for the city for the 10-year period, but we're not the voters, you know, and the voters. There's going to be 2 seats up in October for election, like there are every election cycle, and the voters will have their opinion for the 3-year term. So for people who may not be successful in the appointment tonight, you know, they shouldn't be discouraged about future service because, you know, we're 6 people and we're not the voters for the community.
Right.
So I just and I've served with people. Here I'm thinking of former council member Eldridge who ran multiple times before they were elected to city council. You know, we need to sometimes learn, you know, from defeat, like in sports or something. You know, you can't always win. So all I'm saying to everybody is that, you know, in 10 months there'll be an election and there'll be 2 seats that the public will get to vote on. So, you know, this is only for the 10 months. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments for Mr. Kisena? Seeing none, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
So next up on our list, we have Mr. Brown.
Good evening.
And I'm sorry, not to be confused with Matt Brown, but
Oh, yeah.
yeah,
there's 2 of
so,
us.
yes.
No relation.
Yeah.
Good evening. My name's Brad Brown, and I'd like to start by thanking the mayor and the members of the council here for the opportunity to be here. Start with just a little bit of background information about myself. I am a lifelong resident of Kenai. I grew up through the school system, public school system here in Kenai. I've had my first jobs in Kenai and ended up returning to Kenai after I got my degree in Washington State. I've been fortunate to be employed in multiple quintessential Kenai industries, including our local fishing industry, real estate sales, and the local oil and gas industry. Time and travel have allowed me the perspective to understand how special of a place the Kenai Peninsula is. And it is ultimately what led me back here after college. With the recent birth of our first child, I look forward to ensuring that she has the same opportunities that I did growing up here. I believe I would make a valuable city council member for many reasons. I am considered by both myself and others to be very analytical and detail-oriented. I'm a very diplomatic person by nature and entertain discussion from both sides of a debate while being mindful of the advantages and disadvantages of each. I seek to immerse myself in and learn as much as possible about a subject before forming an opinion about it. I also have experience and formal training creating and working with budgets as a volunteer financial coach that I believe would be valuable to the work as a city council member. Additionally, I have some professional experience in large projects, most notably as the operations representative for the planning and engineering of a $50 million power generation unit. This role required extensive work across user groups and community stakeholders to ensure a useful, fully functional, and on-budget project. I see this experience as directly equivalent to some of the work required for many proposals brought to the City Council, including the Bluff Restoration Project. My number one priority, if chosen to be part of the City Council, would be the support of small business, as echoed by many here. Even before the COVID pandemic was an issue, operating a small business presented many challenges, which have only increased in the past year. I believe strong support of small business helps to accomplish the first three goals of Kenai's comprehensive plan, those being quality of life through the gainful employment and business opportunities for residents, economic development, promoting the fiscal health of the community and revenue for the continued improvement of the city, and land use. By creating dynamic economic spaces, it improves the quality of life and its utilization by residents. I've been very happy to see the support for small business from the City Council over the recent past with the rapid distribution of COVID funds, as well as airport lease land sales. Being a lifelong working class City of Kenai resident, I believe I'm able to express views and opinions of the average citizen. By maintaining an open mind, communication, and flexibility to work with all parties, it would be my pleasure to serve the residents of Kenai in that capacity. I believe representative government should be made up of a diverse and ever-changing collection of individuals from the community in which they serve. This requires having interested, qualified, and competent individuals seeking those positions. So it gives me great confidence to see so many people here today meeting that description, and I'm happy to be among them. Again, I'd like to thank you for your consideration of me, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Councilmember Glendenning.
Yes. Again, my question, it's an evolving question, but it's the same one. And in a post-COVID world for Kenai, what do you think our greatest challenges will be? And maybe just reflect on what we've learned or what we could learn from it.
Sure. I think probably the greatest challenges post-COVID will be clear messaging. I think one thing we've learned through this is there is a variety of information made available to people, and it's really difficult to discern sometimes what is the truth and what's happening. So I think presenting a strong, united message as a city that we are open for business and following that through would be probably the greatest challenge and reaction to that.
Thank you.
Any other questions of Mr. Brown? Councilmember Winger.
Hi, thank you for Brad for putting in for this position and being willing to serve. With that being said, would you be willing to serve a 3-year term when the seats come available in October?
This time, that is my intention.
Okay. And do you have any intention on possibly serving on any of our commissions?
I would be open to consider that, absolutely.
Perfect, thank you.
Vice Mayor Malloy.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Remember to turned it on. Yeah. Yes, thank you, Mr. Brown, for your application also. Workload. Are you able to be available to do the work, required to serve on the city council for the city?
I believe so. I do have a full-time job, 40 hours a week. However, I historically have maintained multiple jobs, if not multiple full-time jobs. I had a full-time job at my current employer while doing real estate sales, and I was a rental property owner, so maintaining that. So I've done away with 2 of those 3 and have time in my schedule.
Very good. And do you have any personal initiatives that you think the city should pursue if you're appointed during the next year?
Yeah, if I were to be selected, at the immediate time frame, I do not. I understand that I do have a lot to learn in this position, as it is new to me. So that would be my priority.
Any other questions of Mr. Brown? So I saw on your submitted resume there that you were president, co-founder of Northwest University Business Association. Could you kind of give a brief overview of that?
So I went to a small private college in Washington State, Northwest University, and got my degree in business management there. The school is about 4,000 to 5,000 students. I believe it's still about that size. Did not have a business club of any sort, so a few other students and I got together and formed it, and it was actually quite successful. A little bit to the ire of the university. It overshadowed them a little bit. We had a number of CEOs, notable CEOs, attend our business club and give presentations, including Jim Sinegal, CEO of Costco, Jeff Peniel, he was the CEO of Horizon Airlines. So we made quite a name for ourselves at the time.
Very good. So I'll go back to the scenario here. We got bills are paid, a lot of money. Any expansion of or enhancement of city services we currently provide, or additions of other services?
Sure. It's a little bit off the wall, but I think the continued pursuing of changing out some of the street lighting to LED would be a beneficial pursuit in order to lower recurring costs and keep some of that revenue going forward, to be able to purpose that to other means.
Okay. And then conversely, if we got a budget deficit, we need to cut spending, where would you have any suggested areas that would be departments or services that would come from?
Yeah, as echoed by most of the other candidates, I think an across-the-board approach is probably the most reasonable. While there's always essential services, I think most of the services provided by the city are essential. And so to take that from one organization doesn't necessarily work.
Very good. Any other questions of Mr. Brown? Thank you.
Thank you.
And next up, we have Mr. Douthit.
Mr. Mayor, Council, thank you for the opportunity to apply for this. My name is Alex Douthit, owner of Kenai Peninsula Driving Instruction. Founded about 4 years ago. luckily enough to be in the city of Kenai. It's provided very well for my business, and we've been able to grow much faster than I ever anticipated. Some experiences that would help along with this. Up until just recently in November, I was the vice president of the Kenai River Professional Guide Association. I recused myself from the next election with anticipation of possibly putting in for the next cycle of elections for the council. This happened to come up quicker than I expected, so that's why I'm here today, is putting in for that. Kind of why I wanted to get involved. I was born and raised here in the city of Kenai. My family and my business are very vested into the city, and I feel this is a leeway into being able to not only help my family be able to enjoy the city better, but also be able to help others in the city and help it grow and prosper. I'm kind of and I didn't realize this until you mentioned something there about Councilman Peterkin being part of the beautification committee. I've got a strong interest in that, as far as a lot of my interests are hopefully into beautification of the city, storefront beautification, parks and rec, those kind of things. Trail improvements are kind of a big things for what I like to see the city kind of start to increase those a little bit. We have a good start. I think it's amazing. We've got to use those trails this year a lot, getting out and about with COVID, not being able to do a whole lot of other things with groups. So getting out and about, and it really impressed me how many trails we did have that I didn't even know existed, and I was born and raised here. But I'd like to see that kind of grown upon. I feel that in the city of Kenai, we have some of the best police departments and fire department in the state, and I'd like to see those flourish. And I think there's room for growth in both those, and I really appreciate them, and I want to see their continued prosperity and be able to grow. Those are key components to any city, making our community safe. This attracts new businesses and new families to our community, and I think we're doing a really great job of doing that. I think there's potential for much more growth in the very near future for the city of Kenai. I have experience in many of the different businesses in the city, pertaining to fisheries, being a current guide on the Kenai River for the last 20 years, sport fishing guide, and then also on the personal use fishery side. I started doing that about 5 years ago, where I was actually guiding on that side of things. So I know the dip net fishery is a very heated issue with the city, and there's a lot involved with that, and I've had personal hands-on knowledge of that fishery. Also, the commercial side of things, I grew up with family in the commercial fishing industry. I've seen that side of things, and I think I'm fairly level-headed and even playing field on all that. I know it's a very hot topic issue, and the city of Kenai is right in the middle of all of it. I like to be able to work with everybody in that field, the fisheries side of things, and I think there's improvement for being able to get along and make some of those industries work together a little better, hopefully. I know this kind of answers some of the questions that you were going to ask me, but as far as some of the things that I feel that I want to see, hopefully in the next 10 months, and maybe after the election, if I were to get elected, kind of the things that I was hoping to see the city move forward with would be more community centers type aspects. I would like to see we have a lot of lands in the city of Kenai, and I think we have the ability to be able to develop those lands into more of a community center. I think it might behoove us, I hate to say, similar to what Salon has, but something along those lines. We've got a lot of vacant lands, and I think we have so much potential for being able to develop those into more useful things for the community. More of a city center, maybe attract more events and things like that. And that comes to also with some of the main topic items that I was looking into. I looked into the city dock expansion. I know is an item that's on the docket, and I think there's a big need for that, and that possibly either expanding it. I don't know, as I would get more involved with the council, seeing what the options are out there. But
Thank you, Mr. Douthit. Any questions of Mr. Douthit, Councilmember Glendenning?
Yes, thank you very much for your enthusiasm, and I'm just glad I have the opportunity to meet all of you. I can see that this is my retirement plan, any one of, any one of you. But I'm going to change my question up just a little bit. You expressed interest in the fisheries. And of course, being here a long time, you have some knowledge of commercial fisheries, sport fishing fisheries, and the PU fisheries. I'll just say, in a post-COVID world, and we have fish again, people around. How do you view these three user groups evolving? Do you?
As far as, it's going to be hard to kind of group all that into one specific evolution. I would think each user group in general is going to have their own ways they're going to have to evolve. With the personal use fisheries, hopefully after post-COVID, we'll be able to, I think there's a lot of room for marketing of that, the personal use fishery, and being able to have the city even more benefit of it. I know it's been kind of, a lot of people, it's kind of a sore subject, and it gets a lot of tension in the community. I think we need to make more of a positive spin on it and try to take advantage of it. I hate to say that also kind of doesn't sound right, but, and use it to be a revenue maker. And we have all these people coming here. We need to be able to grow upon that. That would be coming back to that city center type of an aspect. I mean, if we had places that those people could do other things besides just focusing on just that personal use fishery and they're here, there's a lot of people that, the wives and the kids, and they're always looking for something else to do. And I think the city could monopolize off of that. And with small businesses being able to do food trucks and stuff like that in a city-safe center or more of a Parks and Rec type of evolution of that, I think that would be a good evolution for the future of the personal use dipnet fishery, is a little bit with that. And then as far as the sport fishery side of things, we've got a lot of potential. We're already doing the silver salmon derby, and those kind of attract things to this being in sport fishery specific to being in the city of Kenai. I think we could do a little bit more advertising as far as the different parks and access areas that there are for specific sport fisheries within the city of Kenai, whether they're state lands or city lands, and the knowledge of having people just getting out there and an advertising campaign essentially of what's available specifically to just the city of Kenai. Not just the Kenai River, but there's a lot of other things that they can do within close proximity for sport fishing also to that. And as far as the commercial side of things, as far as post-COVID, hopefully that'll just cause prices to go up and they'll be able to benefit more from the prices, and then also being able to have a better access to a workforce. I know a lot of commercial fishermen that struggle. It's a very short season. Sometimes they make money, sometimes they don't. And being able to get that out-of-town workforce post-COVID hopefully will make their, and if prices go up also post-COVID, will hopefully make their ability to prosper that much easier.
Thank you. Any other questions of,
just a
follow-up?
comment.
Yes,
Just
go
a
ahead.
comment. I see that we've maybe with a possible exception, we've gone through our list of candidates, and I would just gladly say any of you can put a campaign sign in my yard. And I appreciate your enthusiasm and insight, and I learn from listening to you. Maybe I can tune up my approach a little bit too. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Moyer.
I'd like to thank you for putting your name in and being so eager to continue to serve and be part of the city. You answered my question about running, so I appreciate that. So a new question was, I'd like you to expand a little bit more on how you would like to grow the police and the fire department, because I see that you have served for the Kenai Police Department, so thank you for that. So what areas, since you've been there, would you see growth?
The big thing that I see is there's always a need, and you don't really hear about it, but there's always a need for equipment and the newer technologies. A lot of the times they, like specifically to the law enforcement, a lot of times they're re-equipping their cruisers, their police vehicles with older equipment, radars and all that kind of stuff from previous cars when there's newer technology, and it's always available. So there's always new technologies available for that. But a big thing is staffing with a lot of those departments. It's kind of a revolving door, especially with law enforcement right now. There's always a huge need for staffing. It's throughout the state and the country. There's hard to find and fill positions. From what I understand right now, we're lucky enough that it sounds like we may actually have a full staff. But I would like to be able to see if there was the ability to add a position to the law enforcement side of things, so that there's hopefully not, we know where we're at, say we want 12 officers or whatever they're at right now. If we add a 13 officer, then hopefully we can always have that position almost open, or an open position to always be kind of hiring for that, to where if we get that 13th position, that's great and we can fund it, but that way we have at least our base minimum without, if we do lose somebody at all times. Basically.
Any other questions of Mr. Douthit? Vice Mayor Malloy.
Thank you, and thank you also, Mr. Douthit, for your application and for answering one of my questions. I appreciate you're thinking forward. My other question is workload. It's there's a lot of work in between meetings. It's not just the meetings; it's in between meetings. Reading the packet, we're bound by the Open Meetings Act, so for issues we generally can speak only with 2 other council people if there's something that we need to discuss in between meetings. Otherwise we have to do our business in public, and then there's the liaison and work sessions and things like that. And is that going to be a problem for you, or are you able to make a commitment for that?
No, I have no problem with that. Like I said, I've already anticipated giving up one aspect that was kind of not nearly as involved as this would be, but it frees up that extra time. Being a private business owner, you tend to learn to adapt and overcome. Luckily right now, with the way my business is, I've got great employees. Our staff has been super helpful, and they've come a long ways, and they've been able to pick up a lot of the slack. If I were to have to take extra time off, I have guys I can call in, because I have both full and part-time on-call positions. If I needed coverage, I would feel I'd have no problem being able to call in. I always have my cell phone on me. I take calls from people all day long, evenings too. We just work around different scheduling issues, and as long as I had at least some knowledge of what was coming up, I can always plan around that. But even during the day, I can usually take a few minutes here and there and make a quick phone call or return a phone call. I'm always active on the computer, either it's on my phone nowadays doing emails or anything like that. Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions of Mr. Douthit? Okay, I'll come full circle on back to my my scenarios here. So we got a lot of money. What would you, anything you'd like to see expanded as city services or added for?
Kind of going back to the staffing with both police and fire, I could see if we had a surplus, being able to maybe have that extra position added. It might only be a temporary, could be advertised as a temporary position, so you can always backfill it. But also, I was doing some research into the bluff erosion project, and I think that could be a good use of some of the extra surplus funds. We know that's something that's got to be done. It's going to be a very costly project, and if that's something we had extra funds for, I could see that being a good use of the funds, hopefully to be able to solve the bonding issue, like Mr. Navarre had stated, being able to possibly pay down some of that bonding, so it wouldn't see that go down onto the taxpayers or the mill rates going up on that. Also, I could see the using it for different savings accounts, possibly. You don't, just because you have extra, just like with my business, just because we have a good month this month, the next month we might not, I could see stowing that aside for a rainy day, putting some of it, or at least a percentage of it to savings.
Okay, very good. And then on the, conversely, if we had a large budget deficit and needed to reduce services, any idea where you'd like to see that taken on?
I think it's going to be best kind of hopefully all the departments would have to equally share that cut. Put it out there to see if anybody has any ideas on how they could or voluntarily cut a certain percentage, but I think equally across the board is the best way. If that isn't going to be sufficient, going to have to look at the stuff that is the least essential businesses. Unfortunately, that probably comes down to, your Parks and Rec, and those smaller departments may have to take slightly bigger cuts. We might not be able to have our flower budget or our fireworks show or something like that when it comes down to things that are, start with the least essential and work your way up the scale from there.
Okay, very good. Thank you. So one last question. If anybody has any follow-up for Mr. Douthit? Seeing none, then thank you. Appreciate you putting in your application.
No problem. Thank you. I appreciate all the work you guys do. little light reading. I didn't realize just how much goes into it every time.
Yeah. So we have, we'll have 8 qualified candidates that could jump in on this meeting, huh? So any word from Mr. Brown?
Mayor Gabriel, I have not heard from Mr. Brown, but my email is not functioning in here.
Okay.
So,
Because he was on, what flight
he
was
was
he on?
supposed to land at 5:05. I've heard 2 planes land since 5:05. So I don't know if he's,
Okay,
if
so
you'd like to recess, I can try calling him.
Yeah, well, let's
or-
recess for about 8-10 minutes, and then, because we still got to get public comment, so,
Okay.
thank you. I'd like to call our work session back to order here, and I see we have Mr. Matt Brown available here. So we've gone through all of our other candidates you requested to be last, which we accommodated, and so you have the floor, Mr. Brown.
Okay, first of all, I apologize to all of you. Thank you to all of you. I literally just got off the airplane. Yeah. Oh, the other side? Okay, well, we're here for it. Gotcha. Well, I didn't know if the people, the citizens, don't know who I'm here for. Funny, I actually watching Back to the Future with Goldie Wilson was actually the first time I was like, oh, I should run for mayor someday. And so that has always been a passion of mine since that day. I'm far from that right now. Too many things going on in my life with other things I do in the community. So with that being said, the seat was empty and I felt it was a good way to get my foot in the door to see at this level if it was something I would like to pursue. I'm sure you've all looked over the resumes before we got up here, so I won't waste any time going over that. I would challenge anyone in the community to say they are a single more proponent for the youth of our community as a private entity. Yes, I do have a nonprofit 501c3, but my life outside of my family and work, which I have not been for the last couple months due to doctor's appointment, I basically have devoted to the kids in our community. I strongly believe that is where a lot of the focus should be on, and with some of our issues, drugs, alcohol, I've been able to provide a few outlets to help the youth in ways that maybe sports didn't attract them. So that's basically what I have to offer, is more towards the youth of the community.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. And just to let you know, so just one of the things we went over with the other candidates here is that we just want to make sure that you're aware that there's a financial disclosure requirement if you're on council. So for some people that might be a problem. So I think that was about all the new information that you might have missed there. So with that, I'll open it up to questions. Mr. Glendenning.
Thank you for joining us and being on the list. We have you're another one of the excellent group that we have here, and I'm excited to see your name there. In a post-COVID world, which we think may happen here within this next year, 2021, where do you envision Kenai will be economically, sociologically, and perhaps what lessons we have learned or should have learned from this COVID experience?
Well, depending on how certain votes go around the peninsula, Kenai could look very attractive if we keep the doors open more than other cities, and more open to, if people want to wear masks, they can. If they don't, I did, out of respect, bring one in with me. We're farther than 6 feet apart, so I'm not wearing mine right now. That is, especially as a small business owner, my business is much different than many others. Having a clothing company, I feel for the small businesses and the impacts on many of them. Hopefully, it'll be a long list of lessons learned, and we can't always do the right thing, but I think we, as a whole, so far, have been in Kenai, I can't speak for Sovala, but have been pushing towards keeping things open and just being adults about it. And hopefully that will.
I'm having a hard time hearing you over here.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I just had to say.
Yeah, no. I'm hoping that we've been set up for as much success as possible with not making masks mandatory so far, and people have many beliefs on that, but I think depending on how different cities vote in the next couple of days, it could be more attractive for us, which we could use as much additional business as possible in this town. I don't ever see an argument for more business. And hopefully, I was telling him that with lessons learned, we can move forward and improve on. I mean, we're adapting to this weekly, monthly. I mean, I don't know how many different plans we've had at the refinery since we were all asked to leave back in March. So, very tough question. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other, Councilmember Winger?
So since you really focus on the future for the youth in Kenai, what are some of the things that you're currently doing? And then what are some of the things that you would like to expand and offer more of in our community?
So, as of now, I organize and run the children's snow machine racing at Twin City Raceway. John Mellish is nice enough. I work under the Lions Club racing license, and that's something, an outlet for 3 to 9 year olds. I have snow machines, I have sponsors, the fuel's free. Like, you show up with your kid dressed in snow gear, we will get helmets, we will provide them all the safety gear, they can come out and race in a safe, controlled environment. I also organize, the Arness family is nice enough, they let me use their section, I shouldn't say theirs, where their property would hear really loud snow machines all day. I've organized drag races, which we then opened up to the same 3 to 12-year-old class. I've since then purchased multiple snow machines for teenage kids to come out and use. They are mine, but they can use them. Again, it's all free of cost. Starting in November, my nonprofit is called Operation Children First. It's evolved to that. It was called Kenai Kissing Christmas, and it was basically 4 years ago I started a toy drive. You came over to my house right now, it looks like a dilapidated half house, half North Pole. Any family is allowed to come over. There is no income requirements. If you're struggling, you need help, you can come to my house. They're all fresh, wrapped, unwrapped, but new in the box toys. You can come get toys for your kids. We just did 40 Thanksgiving meals. Me and Jake Arness, it was his idea, it was not mine. So those are junior achievement. I enjoy getting a chance to talk with the 5th graders and under, and then going to the schools, high schools, for the career cafes. I think that's about it.
Thank you. Councilmember Winger, microphone.
Sorry, the second part of my question was what more would you like to expand in the future for the youth?
I would like to see more outdoor activities. We have a skate park, Nikiski. I'm working with them because they do have a facility where we could be holding mountain bike races and our own 5K runs. Jana Beach was doing the Kenai runs, which was awesome. It was every Tuesday or Thursday, and they went and mapped out a course, and it was something to get the family together and get out. I would like to do more outside activities. They've got enough inside activities. What that would look like in the future, I'm not for certain, but there's more stuff out there for them.
Thank you.
Any further questions of Mr. Matt Brown? Vice Mayor Malloy.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Mr. Brown, thank you for making your application and coming in to be interviewed. So there's a kind of a pretty significant workload at times for being a city council member. There's a lot of reading the packet and discussion with 1 or 2 council members, maybe the manager or his team in between meetings, as well as the meetings and work sessions and things like that. And we do have some ability to allow a certain number of meetings by phone and things like that if you're remote at any time. But and then there's being a liaison to a commission. Do you have any issue? Are you available to make the commitment to do the work, and if you're appointed for the remainder of the term till next October?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
Yep. My kids, the snow machine racing, either one of those are on weekends. All week is work and then working on stuff, but that's all. Those aren't solid set times on that stuff.
Thank you.
Any other questions of Mr. Brown? So I got a couple questions. So both scenarios, so the city has we have all of our bills paid. We got a surplus, a budget surplus. Is there any city services that you would like to see enhanced, expanded, or additional services?
This time, no, I'm Kena's my happy place, man.
Okay.
I'm good with how it is.
Okay, and then conversely, if we have a budget cut, again, these are hypothetical. I don't want people to think I'm trying to. So we have a deficit that requires budget or cuts to services. Is there any area that you would recommend cuts over others?
That's a really tough question. I would have to think on that because a lot of the services that are provided for us day to day, I believe, are very important. I would definitely need more time before I could make a commitment on what I would want to cut.
Very good. Any other questions of Mr. Brown? Seeing none, thanks. Thank you, Mr. Brown. And we'll, do we have time for one or two public comments before we?
Mr.
You can go ahead and sit down, Mr. Brown, if you like. So at this time, we'll open up for public comments. We've got 4 minutes before we have to reconvene into our council meeting. So is there anybody on the line, Ms. Hines, that would?
Yeah, at this point, we have Mr. Durkovic. Let me just.
Can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Yep, we got you.
Hi, my name is Richard Durkovic. I'm a citizen in Kenai. And I just wanted to say thank you for allowing the time to make a public comment and for allowing the time for these interviews of these great candidates. It's awesome to see 9 applicants for a position. While I know it's only a 10-month term before the next election, I just want to say that these are nonpartisan positions. And while I know that, the council member that resigned was a conservative member of your group. As a citizen of Kenai, I would feel misrepresented if your body elected a council member to fill this seat with someone that has a track record of being on the other side of the aisle. Tia recently completed her successful run for the city council while campaigning on conservative values. She finished the race with the most votes of any candidate on the ballot. I think that says something about what the city of Kenai is looking for in a city council member. Thank you.
I really didn't hear anything you said.
Yeah, it got clear right at the very end. Got clear right at the very end. We can have him. Yeah, Mr. Dirk Porkin, it was really tough to hear you. You came in really good at the very end. So, a couple council members like to hear your testimony. If you would restate it, please.
Yeah, can you hear me better now? Sorry, I'm using my phone for Zoom. So.
Yeah, maybe hold it closer to you and speak a little louder, please.
Okay. While I know these are nonpartisan positions, the council member that resigned was a conservative member of your group. As a citizen of Kenai, I would feel misrepresented if your body elected a council member to fill this seat with someone that has a track record of being on the other side of the aisle. Tia recently completed her successful city council run while campaigning on conservative values. She finished the race with the most votes of any candidate on the ballot. I think this says something about what the city of Kenai is looking for in a candidate. Be able to hear that?
Yeah, that was. I think I see nods from the council here. Is there anybody from the body that has any questions for Mr. Durkovic? Thank you, Mr. Durkovic, and congratulations on your assembly win, and look forward to having you represent us.
Thank you. Thank you for the time to comment.
So that brings us to just about 6 o'clock here. So just for other folks online that would like to, are waiting for public comment, we'll have to adjourn our work session. We'll reconvene into our regular council meeting, and then we'll have to go through council approval and before we get down to our agenda approval and some other items on the agenda before we get back to you. But please be patient. We will get back to you shortly. At this time, I'd like to adjourn our work session. Good to go, Jamie? Seeing at 6 p.m., I'd like to call the December 2nd, 2020 regular meeting of the Kenai City Council to order. And if you are able, would you please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Gabriel?
Here.
Councilmember Naxtet?
Here.
Vice Mayor Malloy?
Here.
Councilmember Winger?
Here.
Councilmember Glenn Denning?
Here.
Councilmember Petty? Here. Mayor Gabriel, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Council, before we get to agenda approval, I have several requested revisions to the agenda packet. Action, add to item H11, discussion response to COVID-19 requested by the city clerk. And as an action, add to item J1, city manager's report, third quarter 2020 sales tax information. This was requested by the city manager. Pleasure at council. Vice Mayor Malloy.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Before I make a motion, I just have a point of order for the city clerk on procedure. If we're going to need to recess and reconvene to complete the work session for public comment, how would we do that on amending this agenda, or do we need to?
I believe it's on here. It's on item D. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Well, it's this D1 is the selection and appointment.
Uh-huh.
But if we're not finished with the work session, and we're going to allow public comment on the work session, do we just do it then, or do we need to amend the agenda to make some provision for recessing and going back to the work session?
I think that it's noticed that it's the continuation of the interviews and work session, so if you want to take more public comment at that point, or you might also be able to take it at unscheduled public comments.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Given
So
that,
I would entertain a motion to
given
approve the
that,
agenda.
I'm happy to move to approve the agenda with the requested revisions to the agenda and packet listed by the mayor and request unanimous consent.
Second.
Thank you. It's moved and seconded. Unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Seeing none, the agenda is approved. Next up, we have the consent agenda. Councilmember Naxtet.
I move for approval of the consent agenda and request unanimous consent.
Second.
Is there anybody from the body that would like to amend the consent agenda at this time? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to please read the consent agenda into the record.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Tonight on your consent agenda, you have approval of the regular meeting minutes from November 4th, 2020. Approval of the bills to be ratified. Introduction of Ordinance 3167-2020, increasing estimated revenues and appropriations in the CARES Act Recovery Special Revenue Fund, with a public hearing to be on December 16th. Introduction of Ordinance 3168-2020, increasing estimated revenues and appropriations in the Airport Operations Facility, Airport Snow Removal Equipment, Terminal Improvement, Airport Improvements, Personal Use Fishery, Animal Control Improvements, Public Safety Improvements, City Shop Improvements, Municipal Roadway Improvements, Water and Sewer Improvements, and Wastewater Treatment Facility Improvements capital project funds to transfer residual balances from completed or canceled projects back to their original funding sources, with a public hearing on December 16th. Introduction of Ordinance number 3169-2020, increasing estimated revenues and appropriation in the General Fund Finance Department for the payment of fees in connection with the collection of remote seller sales tax by the Alaska Remote Seller Sales Tax Commission on behalf of the City of Kenai, with a public hearing scheduled for December 16th. Introduction of Ordinance 3170-2020, accepting and appropriating a grant from the State of Alaska for the purchase of library books, with a public hearing scheduled for December 16th. Introduction of ordinance number 3171-2020, accepting and appropriating a State of Alaska grant passed through the Southern Region EMS Council Incorporated for 2 automatic external defibrillator AED trainers and 1 advanced life support ALS skills training mannequin, with a public hearing on December 16th. And introduction of ordinance number 3172-2020, waiving the $5,000 limitation in Kenai Municipal Code 725-020A for allocating CARES Act funds to allow the city manager to allocate the funds to proper accounts as needs arise and time to utilize the funds expires, and declaring an emergency, with a public hearing for that one on December 16th. And that is your consent agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is there anybody from the general public that'd like to speak to any item that's on the consent agenda that was just read into the record? Seeing none, unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Seeing none, the consent agenda is approved. That brings us to scheduled public comment, which we have none this evening. Next up is unscheduled public comment. Is there anybody from the general public that would like to address the council at this time on any item that is not on the agenda or consent agenda? So Mr. Hibbert out there. I see Mr. Hibbert out there. Did you? Is this a non-agenda item?
Non-agenda item.
Okay, very well.
Just a little borough report if you have time.
Welcome. Yes.
Yeah, thanks. And to you, congratulations on your election here. So, and Henry, you also re-election. So, good to see you. Haven't been by in a long time. Thought, Brent Hibbert anyway. Kenai Peninsula Borough Assemblyman and District Number 1, part of Kenai. So, just kind of want to come and say hi and see how things are going over here and give you a little report. Last night we had our meeting. The exciting part is the North Road extension is almost complete, 8 miles. We're still about $1 million under budget, and we're saving that. We're going to release the road next year, just in case we have some maintenance in that after the spring breakup. So we'll have that in reserve, and so we don't have to give it back. We can maybe keep it, and it would be nice if we still had that $1 million and could add a little more road to that, but that'd be good. And the CARES Act money to borough residents, up to $1,200 for the next few months, I think for 3 payments. And I think that's about everything that I've got going on today.
Very good. Pretty short report, actually. But
yeah,
we certainly appreciate you coming over here.
Well, I appreciate you guys.
Mr. Hibbert.
I didn't realize that we're so busy tonight, and that, so I don't want to take all your time. But anyways, thanks for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. Is there any, Vice Mayor Malloy?
Not a question, just appreciate, first off, congratulations on being elected president of the Assembly, and appreciate, the work that you do for the borough and also representing your constituents and, as you said, part of the city of Kenai. And thanks for coming and talking to us again. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Bob.
Councilmember Winger.
Hi, I'd like to say hi and congratulate you for your role in president. And I do appreciate you coming to this meeting and being kind of that bridge between us and the Assembly, keeping us informed. And I look forward to have a good working relationship with you.
I also thank you.
Any other, Councilmember Glendenning?
Yeah, just say welcome and congratulations.
Thank you.
And we just look forward to a good, positive working relationship with you and the borough.
Yeah.
And many of our interests intertwined. But there's always good explanations for how you work out.
Right.
I know you'll help.
Yeah.
You'll help us and perhaps help us with some issues too.
Thanks. Well, I always look forward to working with this council and the friendliness of this council. So.
Councilmember Knox.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, thank you for coming, but also I really appreciate the information on the North Road extension project. That's pretty important to me. I put all the contract documents and all the permitting together for that on the borough end of it. So, but that there's $1 million left over is wonderful.
$1 million under budget, yeah.
Yeah, and it's always good when that happens. But extending the road additionally will help some. Other considerations that, you might not be involved with, perhaps would be if the if the National Highway will allow it, you know, might be actually extending some of the little, there's all kinds of side roads that actually go to cabins and whatnot, and rather than just having an approach that dives off a little more in that direction, might actually benefit more folks if that's available. But
I'm not sure what's available. I just know that we were $1 million under budget, and that before they released that road, they were going to wait till spring, and just in case there's some warranty work that needs to be done.
There will be.
I'm sure
It's the
there
nature
will
of
be.
that project, but
Yeah,
$1
I'm
million
sure
bucks is a pretty cool number. Thanks.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Councilmember Petty.
Yes, so good to see you, and most excellent congratulations on the
Thank you.
president of the borough. And thank you so very much for bringing us the report and the success of the extension of the North Road. I know many will applaud that and be very appreciative, so congratulations and thank you.
Well, thank you, Lane.
Yeah, thank you, Assembly President Hibbert. I should have clarified that. I would like to, you know, there was and if you don't feel comfortable answering this, is fine, but because I know there was a letter written by the city borough attorney regarding, you know, the authority of the borough to institute a mask mandate. I think it was signed on by 6 other second-class boroughs, and I know it came from an administration. I guess my question is, was there discussion? I didn't get a chance to listen to the meeting last night, but I was wondering if there was any discussion on that.
We, as far as, the only discussion that we had is, we had a 30-minute little work session yesterday to talk about meeting again in the chambers. And the city of Kenai was brought into that and says that you guys are successfully doing that, and we'd like to see that. Vice President Johnson and I are going to meet with administration and the clerks, and we are going to see if we can come up with a way to make that possible again, and for our first meeting in January.
Okay, very good.
Yeah. That was the only discussion we had about masks. As far as masks into the borough residents, no, we had.
Okay, that's fine. So I imagine you guys are probably tired of Zoom.
We are, and it is tough, and I applaud you guys for being in here and having the public here, being able to be face-to-face. I think it means a lot, and we need to get back into our chambers. And our chambers are being remodeled right now, just so we can have that 6-foot spacing and be safe, so, yeah.
Okay.
So it's looking good.
Very good. Well, again, thank you, Assembly President Hibbert.
Well, thank you for having me, and hopefully see each other on a more regular basis.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else from the general public that would like to address the council at this time on any item that is not on the agenda or consent agenda? Okay, seeing none, we are going to move to back to our council appointments, and we were having public comment at this time. Is there anybody else?
Mayor Gabriel, I received an email from Bob Peters and had intended to pass it out at the break, but there wasn't a break. So if you would like, I'm happy to read it.
Very good, please do.
Okay, so I wish I could say it in Mr. Peters' voice because he does this so well, but it says, "Hey, Mayor and Council. I seldom address you like this. I would much prefer to be there in person. However, that is not possible at this time. I am writing because I would like you to know my thoughts on filling the available council seat. I think that Tim Navarre is the best choice to fill the vacancy. He is certainly qualified and is aware of the history and current issues of the council. He could step right in and do the job. This appointment is only for about 10 months and then will be replaced by an elected council person. As you all know, it takes more than 10 months to learn the basics and become an effective council person. Thanks for listening, and as always, you might consider, what do I know? Regards, Bob Peters, Old Town Kenai."
Well, you could have read it, and I think we could have guessed who it came from, honestly. Thank you. Is there anybody else that we have online that would like to?
Is there anybody on Zoom that would like to address the city council? You can use the raise hand feature or *9 if you're on a phone. Mayor Gabriel, nobody is raising their hands.
Okay, thank you. So that concludes the interview process, and I've got other than us actually choosing a candidate, and first of all, before we get into this, I just wanted to say thank you to every one of you that has put their name in and taken the time to really think about it. I know all of you have. It's a tough decision. It's a commitment. And it was really nice listening to, not only your reasons for doing it, but the things you feel about our city, which is pretty good. I mean, we got, you guys every one of you are putting yourself out there for the right reasons, I guess is the best way I could put it. And again, as Vice Mayor Malloy mentioned, we have an election here in October. So if you're not successful here, I'd consider filing and running. And then as Councilmember Winger pointed out several times, we do have commission vacancies right now, and it's a good way to serve the city with a little bit less of a workload, and certainly those are appreciated. We get candidates that would like to serve. So with that, I'll move into my prepared script here. On November 5th, Robert Peterkin submitted his resignation from a city council seat, leaving the seat vacant. Kenai Charter Section 2-9 requires that the remaining council members fill the vacancy by appointment for the unexpired term, which ends October of 2021. We solicited candidates for the vacant council seat and conducted interviews of the applicants in the work session just prior to this meeting. Here shortly, I will ask for a motion to begin the voting process by secret ballot. Council members will be given a ballot and asked to vote for 2 candidates. The 6 candidates that receive the most number of votes will go on. The second vote, the city council will again vote for 2 candidates, and the top 4 candidates will go on, and so on until we have 2 candidates remaining, at which point the council members will vote for 1 candidate. If at any time during the voting process we have a tie or are unable to break the tie after 2 or more votes, we will break the tie by lot, as provided by Kenai Municipal Code in the case of a tie in an election. If there is more than a 2-way tie, we will draw straws to eliminate 1, and in a 2-way tie, we will flip a coin. Once we are down to voting for 1 of 2 candidates, and 1 of the candidates receives 4 votes, or it's decided by lot, council will make and pass a motion to appoint that person to fill the vacant seat. After the motion, the winner will be sworn in and take their seat on the council immediately. So I hope all of you read your packet. So at this time, I entertain a motion to begin voting. Vice Mayor Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. Gabriel, move to begin voting on the selection of appointee.
By secret ballot?
Oh, by secret ballot.
Yes, by secret ballot.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there unanimous consent requested, maybe?
I request unanimous consent, please.
Thank you. Unanimous consent is requested. Is there any objection? Seeing no objection, Madam Clerk, would you please hand out the ballots? Yeah, don't stuff the ballot box there, Jim. It looks like you're filling out more than one over there.
I can't help myself.
Yeah, you are from Chicago, aren't you?
That's right.
At least we're still alive.
Get in the trunk.
I guess while we're waiting for ballots to be tallied, is there any comment from council that they would like to make at this time? Good.
Okay, I have one vote for Tim Navarre and one vote for Victoria Askin. I have one vote for Tim Navarre and one vote for Victoria Askin. I have one vote for Victoria Askin and one vote for Sovala Kisena. I have one vote for Matt Brown and one vote for Victoria Askin. I have one vote for Mike Boyle and one vote for Alex Douthit. And I have one vote for Brad Brown and one vote for Alex Douthit. And so we have two that, I'm sorry, I didn't remove Dave Peck from this. We have Shelby Oden, okay, we have Tim Navarre received 2 votes, Matt Brown received 1 vote, Mike Boyle received 1 vote, Victoria Askin received 4 votes, Shelby Oden received 0 votes, Sovala Kisena received 1 vote, Brad Brown received 1 vote, and Alex Douthit received 2 votes. We had outlined that we would, the lowest, but we have 4 tied at the bottom for with 1 vote. So if there's no objection, we can print a new ballot for 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 candidates. Is there any objection to that? We have 4 candidates with 1 vote, which would have them all tied for 6th place. So if there's no objection, we'll have the ballot. Okay, and so then we would get rid of this. When we get closer, okay?
Mayor Gabriel, we didn't I don't know that we actually voted on the procedure, other than we might have accepted that, but it just seems like, in this particular case, we have 3 that stand out and the others are tied. I would think that we would vote for the top 3.
No, I mean, there's one that's got top vote more than everyone else. So, I mean, there's one person that got more vote than everybody else by a couple. So, I think we should stick with the process and not do a ranked choice voting.
Oh, see about, hang on just a second. Why we couldn't, as a body, determine how many top vote getters, as Councilmember Daxted pointed out, we could conceivably be here for quite a while. If we,
I'm okay with that. I think it should be a fair process.
Yeah, I don't have any problem with it either.
as far as,
you know, we had 3 that got the same amount of votes, and we said what our process was, so I don't have a problem with continuing with the 7.
so just after this round, Ms. Hines, if there's another tie, then do we winnow down by straws?
After the second vote, we were going to go down to 4, so we could go by straws, or we could remove the 4 that receive 1 vote if it ends up the same.
Okay, very good. And that's what I would recommend. Thank you. I guess the question I would have is, do we have to vote for 2? You have to.
It was outlined that there's no bullet voting.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't see that it said you couldn't bullet vote.
I have 1 vote for Tim Navarre and 1 vote for Victoria Askin. I have 1 vote for Matt Brown and 1 vote for Victoria Askin. I have 1 vote for Brad Brown and 1 vote for Alex Douthit. I have 1 vote for Mike Boyle and 1 vote for Victoria Askin. I have 1 vote for Tim Navarre and 1 vote for Victoria Askin. I have 1 vote for Victoria Askin and 1 vote for Sovala Kisena. I have 2 votes for Tim Navarre, 1 vote for Matt Brown, 1 vote for Mike Boyle, 5 votes for Victoria Askin, 1 vote for Sovala Kisena, 1 vote for Brad Brown, and 1 vote for Alex Douthit. We can draw straws to get us to 4, and that would mean 2 of the single votes would move on, or we can remove the ones, all of them with the single votes, and go down to the 2 with the most votes, which are Tim Navarre and Victoria Askin.
Council? Vice Mayor Malloy.
Why don't we go ahead and draw straws?
Any objection to drawing straws? I think that's what we outlined, so I think that's probably appropriate. Have we got straws? We'll have to break out this, this straw. Wow, you are from Chicago, aren't you, Jim?
I'm sorry, I gotta conserve that. Who would be the real winner? Stand on the plastic.
messages you get and what comes through, like, your daughter cut all of her hair off.
We gotta draw straws to see who draws the straw.
I'm gonna nominate Mr. Bloom.
And around and around.
Okay. While I was in there, Mike Boyle withdrew his name. So we have Matt Brown, Sovala Kisena, Brad Brown, and Alex Douthit with 1 vote. And I have 4 straws, and we will end up with 4 candidates. I have 2 short straws and 2 long straws.
So for clarification, the 2 long straws win?
Yes.
Oh, very nice. Pressure.
Probably got anxiety as ED kids.
Yeah, no, I just. Oh, I'm sorry. I heard you say something, but I wasn't, sorry.
I'll take that one.
Okay.
Deal.
So, Alex and Brad selected the short straws. So we are left with, or we have still Matt Brown, Sovala Kisena, Victoria Askin, and Tim Navarre. So I will go make those ballots.
You hear my stomach going off?
Just a little.
I'll second that.
I can have it with that.
No, that's okay. I think I'll be taking mine home for dinner.
You eat dinner at midnight?
Not usually, but all I had was this one.
Yeah. I was driving in the omelets, I couldn't help it.
I got peanut bread.
Cashews? Peanuts.
No, peanuts.
Yeah, cashews, peanuts.
I know. Anybody have walnuts?
No, I have trail mix.
Trail mix.
I did actually. I got Skittles.
See how we barter and trade up here? It's great. I just ditched all of my Halloween candy to Home Depot break room. They love candy, by the way. If you have anything in abundance, just drop it in their break room at Home Depot and it's devoured in 5 minutes. Golden.
I have 1 vote for Tim Navarre and 1 vote for Victoria Askin. I have 1 vote for Tim Navarre and 1 vote for Victoria Askin. I have 1 vote for Matt Brown and 1 vote for Victoria Askin. I have 1 vote for Victoria Askin and 1 vote for Sovala Kisena. I have 1 vote for Victoria Askin and 1 vote for Sovala Kisena. And I have 1 vote for Matt Brown and 1 vote for Victoria Askin. We have 2 votes for Tim Navarre, 2 votes for Matt Brown, 6 votes for Victoria Askin, and 2 votes for Sovala Kisena.
What was that? What was the number?
So we have 2 votes for Tim Navarre, 2 votes for Matt Brown, 2 votes for Sovala Kisena, and 6 votes for Victoria Askin. So that was the 4, and
Right.
we're trying to get to 2.
Is there any objection to doing the straws now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Straws.
Yep.
And my straws back?
Glad I didn't chew them.
So I am trying to get to 2, and we have 3 that we're drawing straws for, so I have 1 long and 2 short straws.
Short straws.
No,
Long straw wins.
Okay, thanks. Math challenge.
I think we said we had no clear-cut winner here this evening.
Everybody it's a good group. Yeah, I walked in there. Yeah, you know.
See if I can chew on this.
Matt Brown got the long straw. So our remaining 2 are Matt Brown and Victoria Askin.
And we vote for 1 this time?
And we are voting for 1.
I thought you guys were request for. We don't have anybody to break the tie. That's right.
Well, then I would go to a coin flip, I think.
Yeah.
So this is between Matt Brown and Victoria Askin.
You're prepared.
You probably don't need to fill in the bubble. I can probably just read.
I guess I have.
Computers need the bubbles. I have 1 vote for Matt Brown. I have 1 vote for Victoria Askin. I have 2 votes for Victoria Askin. I have 3 votes for Victoria Askin. I have 4 votes for Victoria Askin. And I have 2 votes for Matt Brown. Victoria Askin has 4 votes and Matt Brown has 2 votes, and that gets us to a simple majority with Victoria Askin selected. I do.
You need a motion? Okay, Councilmember next then. Go ahead. Councilmember next then.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I move to appoint Victoria Askin to the City Council.
Second?
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion on the motion?
Request unanimous consent.
Thank you. Unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Seeing none, congratulations, Ms. Askin. You are our newest council member. And at this time, I'll administer the oath as soon as we get one printed here.
Need to get, yeah.
Because we didn't know who was going to be in there, so, but we will have an oath of office. And again, thank you all for, that was an interesting, just an excellent group of candidates, and I'm just really excited to see that we have that type of enthusiasm in our city. And not just old people, but young people too. That was very, very nice to see the young folks coming in here and you know, putting their name in. So thank you again.
And if I
Oh,
may,
Vice Mayor Malloy.
yeah, like you pointed out and Councilmember Winger pointed out, you know, there's commissions and committees too, and we do need other help. And several of the candidates had former service, which was really helpful, as did, you know, Ms. Askin. So, thank you.
Councilmember Winger.
I too just would like to thank everybody for putting their names in and going through this process. I know it's a little easier process than running a campaign. I do hope to see the other 8 people applying for those open seats in October. And Jim has the applications. Please take one. If you're not interested, we all know somebody that's interested in serving. So if you don't have the time or maybe not the interest, try to solicit somebody in Kenai to help get involved. So you all were asked to get involved. You all stepped up, so you too can get somebody involved. But thank you so much for your time and for coming out. And for all the small business owners, if there's any concerns, anything that we can do to help you, definitely I'm here. Reach out to me, Tia Winger at kenai.city. I'd love to help with you guys.
Councilmember Patty.
Yes, and if it wasn't for COVID, I would shake every one of your hands for stepping up and being here. And I just sincerely want to thank each and every one of you for participating in this process. And thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you, thank you.
Ready?
Yeah, if you would call for a recess after you get her sworn in so we can get into the board.
Ms. Askin.
If you want to step just 4 steps that way, the people on the camera could see you.
I, Victoria Askin, do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support the Constitution of the United States of America, the laws and ordinances of the City of Kenai, and I will honestly, faithfully, and impartially perform the duties of City Councilman of the City of Kenai, Alaska, to the best of my ability. Very good. Council, we're going to take a short recess while the clerk gets her seat set up, please.
However,
You just have to be careful not to be, oh, I really hoped you would have gotten it.
oh, I did hope you.
I'd like to call our meeting back to order here, and we have Miss Councilmember Askin has taken her oath of office and is now seated on our council. And we will be moving to item E on our agenda under public hearings, ordinance number 3166-2020, increasing estimated revenues and appropriations in the airport special revenue and airport improvements capital projects funds, and authorizing a professional service agreement to develop condition assessments for the airfield drainage safety area and asphalt drainage areas of the Kenai Municipal Airport. Councilmember Naxton.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I'd like to enact ordinance 3166-2020.
Second. Is there anybody from the general public that would like to speak to ordinance number 3166-2020? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to council. Comments, deliberation, discussion? Councilmember Naxton.
Just a question for the city manager. The asphalt replacement of the runway, it's the entire runway?
Mr. Ostrander.
Yeah, through the mayor, Councilmember Naxton. Yeah, it is, and this has been on the airport improvement plan for a number of years. However, because the pavement seems to be degrading much quicker than we expected, we're actually looking to move it up potentially even 2 years from what was going to be replacement in 25. But yeah, it's the main runway. We've seen pavement degradation that is advancing much quicker than we had expected. So this is the first step in getting the design done for that project that could happen as early as 2023.
The funding for something that massive, I've got a core of the asphalt that's out there. It's about 8 inches thick for all of the years. So that would be, if you'd like to see it, I'll provide it to you. But do you have an idea what the cost of that would be?
Mr. Ostrander.
Yeah, through the mayor, Councilmember Naxton. Preliminary estimates right now put it at about 18 million. So it's a significant project, and we would be reliant on primarily discretionary funding from the FAA. But FAA is fully on board. They understand that runway is obviously critical to the operations of the airport. So we're working with the FAA, and again, it's far beyond what our entitlement will cover, but discretionary funding should cover the gap, similar to what we found at the terminal rehab.
Any further discussion? And I guess I do have one question. So this is a, as far as the runway rehabilitation goes, that's an assessment, project assessment. So if it was awarded, when would the assessment, do you think, when would you expect to have that back from the engineer?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I'm not sure what the timeline is on the assessment portion of it. I do know that this is the first step before design begins, which is a full assessment. So I'm sorry, I don't know the timeline, how long that project would take.
Okay, very good. Thank you. And would you anticipate putting in both components of this into one project, or would it be separate projects?
Mayor Gabriel, so when you say both components, I mean the
drainage structure, yeah.
It'll be two separate projects. The runway improvement will be separate from the drain field.
Okay, very good. Okay. I just was wondering if one would hold up the other. Any further discussion or question from administration? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Gabriel?
Yes.
Councilmember Nextet?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Malloy?
Yes.
Councilmember Winger?
Yes.
Councilmember Glendenning?
Yes.
Councilmember Petty?
Yes.
Councilmember Askin?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Councilor. On item E2, under public hearings, resolution number 2020-90, approving the use of the fleet replacement fund for purchase of 3 police department trucks utilizing the state of Alaska equipment fleet contract. Pleasure, Council. Vice Mayor Malloy.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Move to approve resolution number 2020-90.
Second.
Is there anybody from the general public that would like to speak to resolution number 2020-90? I guess I didn't ask if there was anybody online. Jamie?
If anybody's on Zoom that wants to speak to 2020-90, you can use the raise hand feature. Nobody's raising their hands.
Thank you. Seeing, we'll bring it back to the body here. Any comments, deliberation? Councilmember Naxton.
No comments or questions, other than if the chief is here, if he had any comments that he might want to make.
Very good. Chief Ross?
Regarding the need for the trucks and.
Chief Ross?
Yep.
Through the mayor, Councilman Naxted, I guess I don't have any particular comments, but the trucks are part of a plan that multiple parts of the city have been involved in. Terry and in the finance department and the shop and the departments worked out a fleet replacement plan last year, and this fleet replacement fund, part of that is the police department's going to use some pickups. So we'll use 3 in this purchase and I think a couple next year. And that will make for a transition in the future to pickups going to other departments when they're no longer usable. And in the emergency services, they may be more usable than the other prior police vehicles like Crown Victorias and Tauruses that we've used in the past. So as they're no longer usable for police vehicles, they might be more usable in the Parks Department and Streets Department in the latter part of their life. So it'll be a little bit of a transition for us, getting those set up and usable, and we'll see how that goes.
Councilmember Winger.
I just had a question maybe for Mr. Ross here. The equipment that we're going to be putting in these trucks, are they going to be used equipment, or is this going to be the newer up to modern technology that we're equipping our officers with?
Chief Ross.
Through the mayor, Councilman Winger. So a little bit of a combination. Most all of the equipment, light bars and siren controllers and lighting and the cage that separates the passengers, and all that equipment is new. This is a new style vehicle. We actually do have new radios for these too. It's not uncommon for us to rotate radios forward. They're very expensive from one vehicle to the next. So I'm not sure. We might have some in-car video cameras that are going forward in these. We still have some stuff to figure out on these vehicles. This resolution kind of okays the ordering of the vehicles and the money for it, but we have not been through all the equipment with installation yet. So the vast majority of this is new. There might be a couple things that could rotate it forward, not much, because they're entirely new models and the other stuff won't fit any of it.
Thank you. And then I just want to say that I do feel that this would be valuable to see more four-wheel drive trucks with our police department. I often roll up behind moose that have been hit and struck, and the responding officers are dispatching these moose are in a little Ford Taurus car. And so they've now dispatched the moose, held the traffic up for an hour to get to that point, and then have no way to move it. So I will often strap the moose and pull it off the road. So I do appreciate the fact that we'll be sending these responding officers out, and something that could speed up the process and be more efficient for the people.
Any other discussion on or resolution number 2020-90?
Request unanimous consent.
Very good, thank you. Unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Seeing none, resolution number 2020-90 is adopted. Next up, we have resolution number 2020-91, authorizing a budget transfer in the COVID-19 CARES Act Recovery Fund to increase funding for housing assistance, food assistance, and first responder payroll. Pleasure of council. Vice Mayor Malloy.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Move to approve resolution number 2020-91.
Second.
Is there anybody from the general public that'd like to speak to resolution number 2020-91 at this time? Seeing or hearing none, I guess I would, let's see, Mr. Persley's in the audience. Would you like to give a little overview, Mr. Ostrander?
Sure, thank you, Mayor Gabriel. So, as we're getting closer to December 31st, when all of the CARES Act money does need to be expended, we're continually looking to where the most appropriate bucket for those monies are. So what this resolution does is it moves 3 different pots of money. So it moves $1.17 million from the nonprofit and business grants to our first responder and incident management team payroll. Actually, it moves 1.178 out of that, and it moves 1.1 into the first responder and incident management team payroll. It also removes $25,000 that was left over from our commercial fishers grant that was just, we only utilized half of that through that grant program. And then it also moves $10,000 from the small business marketing grants, which, as you recall, those small businesses were actually covered in the second round of the grants because we lowered the threshold for businesses that qualify. So it moves those three amounts. And then it increases expenditures, like I said, for first responder and incident management team payroll. It puts $1.1 million into that. That will take us into December as far as covering the payroll for our first responders. It also moves $12,000 into food assistance services, so that's to help offset some of the costs that the food bank has seen because of increase in the amount of people that are utilizing those services. And it also moves $100,000 more into our rental and mortgage relief, which is through Alaska Housing. We've got an enormous number of folks that are applying for that program. It looks like total expenditures out of that is going to be north of 1.1 million, close to 1.2 million in rental and mortgage relief that we've seen over the course of those 4 months, the last 4 months of the year. So again, this resolution moves those monies around. This is our best guess at this point. We're at December 2nd. It's still going to be a moving target somewhat. There is an ordinance that was introduced tonight that you'll be hearing at your next meeting that will allow administration, as we are in that last 2 weeks of the year, to move money around to make sure that we can utilize it in the best manner possible. It was interesting. I did have a meeting with several other cities today, Seward, Homer, and Soldotna, and in all three cases, it does appear like they're not going to be able to utilize all of their CARES Act money. I'm still confident that we're going to be able to utilize all of ours. And a matter of fact, there is possibility that if we have a little bit of unmet need here at the city of Kenai, there's a possibility that we could get it from one of our Peninsula Borough sister cities as well. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ostrander. Councilmember Petty.
On that housing assistant, through the mayor, city manager, is the deadline passed for individuals who are in need to apply for those resources, sir?
Mr. Ostrander.
Through the mayor, Councilmember Petty, the deadline did pass. It was November 30th. We had talked about extending it further to try to capture as many folks as we could, but we were really concerned about completing the deadline because Alaska Housing's been having a hard time processing the number of applications that they've been getting. So thought that if we closed it on the 30th of November, that would give them enough time to make sure that they had those processed. We know what that amount is before the end of the year. Again, it has been amazing the amount of need out there that was identified through this program. I'm just pleased that we were able to get as much out as we were able to.
Councilmember Winger.
Through the mayor to Mr. Ostrander, what would be the balance? Are we going to be at a zero balance after that transfer in that account? And then my second question is, if we have 1.7 million left in the business grant section, is there any chance that we could open up a program as Soldotna did, where you shop local with a business and they got a voucher? That way, we're not totally stripping that money out of the nonprofits or the businesses' hands, that we're going to make an effort to get every penny through their doors. Is there any chance of opening that up for the businesses?
Mr. Ostrander.
Through the mayor, Councilmember Winger. So if you look at attachment B, which is on page 30, I believe, it will show you where the total expenditures are or what will be proposed after this resolution. So it does zero out the small business and nonprofit grants. And while there may be some identified need for our small businesses here in the city of Kenai, as we worked with the Kenai Peninsula Borough to try to get additional funding from them, which they ended up passing about $2.7 million to us, one of the things that the city made a commitment to the borough was that we would mirror their program so that we would have equity both inside the city and outside. So we committed not to offer more for our businesses than they were going to offer in the borough itself. So we matched that exactly. So we've really capped out that amount unless we went above what the borough provided. So that offering more to small businesses in the city because of that commitment we made to the borough would be difficult. With the voucher program that you're referring to, administration here at the City of Kenai, we question whether or not that's allowable under the federal guidance. But what I would like to propose to the council, and you'll likely see it either at the next meeting or the meeting after that, is actually utilizing some of the city's general fund dollars to prop up a program, a voucher program very similar to what Soldotna is doing, but do it in January, February, March timeline when that need of local businesses might even be larger than it is right now. But I'm very supportive of the voucher program. I think it's a great idea. I think the response in Soldotna has been excellent. I think mirroring a program like that, but using our own general fund dollars for it would be something that I think makes sense, and you'll likely be seeing that recommendation come forth here in the next month or so.
One more, I'm sorry.
Yes, Councilman Warner.
Thank you. So if we transfer this, we already have the first responders payroll covered through our general fund. So by doing this, we would be able to take those funds that we've already set aside for payroll to utilize in that program. I just want clarification that that would be our plan, since we already have payroll budgeted in the general fund.
Through the mayor, Councilmember, that's exactly right.
Vice Mayor Malloy.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Thank you again for the report, Mr. Ostrander, and for your attachment B. And I just want to note that it shows that our total expenditures of CARES Fund for business and nonprofit was $3.583 million. So we put that money out in the community. Then there's a column that says, what's available in all these buckets after if we pass this resolution after passing it, and it shows 118,872 in that. And so can you tell us what that means? Does that mean that that's what's left in December and there's still some applications to process, or that's funds that could be used for another purpose because we've in one of these other buckets, like, do you anticipate what do you anticipate happening?
Mr. Ostrander.
Through the mayor, Councilmember, or Vice Mayor Malloy, I think Terry can help me out here. I think I know what that 118 is accounted for, but he's going to be able to speak to it better than I can.
Okay.
Mr. Eubank.
So they might be committed dollars already.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Malloy. When you're looking at that final column on page 30 there, that 118,872 represents two grants that we haven't processed yet. One's to the Challenger Learning Center, and one was a grant that was authorized to the Alaska Municipal League. So, and that's true with most of the numbers in this last column. When you look at the 100,000 it says is going to be available in rental and mortgage relief, that's the additional 100,000 we're asking to provide to Alaska Housing to shore up that program. One thing, if a little indulgence, add to what the city manager said on the Alaska Housing. Alaska Housing is actually committed to funding applications above our 1.1 million for Kenai residents. So, that program is going to go even beyond the money that we have because they had some spare money around. That's a really great thing by Alaska Housing. That's the same thing in most of these. I worked with Larry with all the results of all the different application periods, and so the remaining funds in most of these is what's needed to wrap those up, and that's what we're trying to fine tune and tune as we go here. So.
Thank you very much, especially for that supplemental good news about what Alaska Housing Finance is doing. That's great, and also for the explanation. So we're gonna move our funds out. So great, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Eubank. Is there any other discussion on resolution number 2020-91?
Requesting unanimous consent.
Thank you. Unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Seeing none, resolution number 2020-91 is adopted. Next up, we have E4, resolution number 2020-92, adopting an alternative allocation method for the FY21 Shared Fisheries Business Tax Program, certifying that this allocation method fairly represents the distribution of significant effects of fisheries business activities in FMA 14 Cook Inlet. Pleasure, Council. Councilmember Naxton.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I move to adopt Resolution 2020-92.
I'll second that.
Is there anybody from the general public that'd like to speak to resolution number 2020-92? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to council. Discussion from council.
Request unanimous consent.
Very good. Unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Councilmember Glendine.
Just a question. It talks about the two methods of allocation for the shared fisheries tax. Is there, how does the difference impact our decision tonight? Could Terry just give us a thumbnail sketch for the record?
Yeah. Yeah, Mr. Eubank. I've had this discussion several times with Terry over the years, so. Mr. Eubank.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Glendenning. Yes, there are two methods we can use for splitting up about $8,350 this year. The impact or what would be the result of the second method, I can't tell you, but I think it would cost all of us municipalities probably 10 times the $8,300 that we'd be splitting. Because really what every community at that point has to do is file an impact statement describing all of their costs and the impacts of fisheries on their communities to justify their then share of the $8,300. So since the inception of this program, what I say the last 14, 15 years, every one of these members has passed a similar resolution because it's just honestly not worth the effort to split hairs. You know, I definitely believe our community is impacted more than say Wasilla is, but you know, when you throw a population factor in there, that's the way it works. At the end of the day, I don't think it's worth going the other route. That's why this has been recommended this way, but I can't tell you the exact dollar amount. It's just a laborious process.
Well, thank you for your realistic assessment. It's candid, and I appreciate it.
Thank you, Terry. Unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection, council? Seeing none, resolution number 2020-92 is adopted, and that moves us to action approval, amend a special use permit to Raven for additional space of warm storage. Councilmember Naxton.
Thank you. I got off a page. Yeah. I was on to another resolution.
So that was.
Action. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no worries. I know it's under action.
I moved to amend the special use permit for Raven for additional space warm storage.
Second.
Yeah, and I think what this does, if I read the memo right, is it doubles their square footage from like 600 to 1,200 at double the rate. Councilmember Naxton. Unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Seeing none, the amendment to a special use permit to Raven for additional space of warm storage is approved. Next up, we're on item H9, council action approval. Council confirmation of mayoral nominations to the city's commissions and committee. Vice Mayor Malloy.
Thank you. Mayor Gabriel, I move to confirm the mayor's nomination of committee members to commissions and committees as listed on page 75 of the packet. This would be the Airport Commission, Beautification Commission, Council on Aging, Harbor Commission, and Parks and Recreation Commission.
Second.
Any discussion on the motion?
I just want to note that a lot of these are reappointments. We appreciate everyone who's willing to re-up for service. And it looks like we have a new appointment, Ms. Rachel Craig, on Council of Aging, who's certainly well qualified for that. Thank you.
Yeah, and we'll have a vacancy now that Ms. Askin is on council for planning and zoning. Councilmember Petty.
Yes, I just wanted to thank all the community members that put forth their applications and appointments that were approved, and thank them for their contribution to the city.
Thank you. Councilmember Glendenning. Oh, I thought you had your hand on that.
No, I was agreeing.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, Councilmember Winger.
I'd like to go off of what Ms. Petty said too, and just thank everybody that applied and is willing to serve, and congratulate the new appointees, and look forward to working with all of them.
Yes, and I couldn't agree more with the comments here regarding people willing to, take the time. It's you do it for other reasons than monetary, obviously. So it's out of a community-minded mindset that they're serving, and in these days, with it's even more difficult with the way we meet Zoom part of the time, and it'd be real easy for people to throw their hands in the air and just say, you know what, this is great. But certainly, it speaks to our citizens who are willing to, even at these times, step up and volunteer to serve. So with that, I'd ask for unanimous consent. Is there any objection?
I'd like to request unanimous consent.
Thank you, Councilmember Petty. Unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Seeing none, that moves us to action, or item H10 rather. Discussion, future council and commission meeting format. Mr. Ostrander.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. This item was on the special meeting on Monday, the 23rd. In discussions with you, we felt that due to Governor Dunleavy's advisory that suggested that those entities that can hold their meetings remotely that it would be appropriate for the council to have a discussion about this to determine whether or not the future council and committee meetings should be either held in person and hybrid or virtually.
Yeah, and just for clarification on that, we did have a special meeting regarding a resolution to the Northwest Pacific Fisheries Management Council regarding the federal waters and Cook Inlet. And during that discussion with administration, it was shortly after Governor Dunleavy's announcement regarding COVID and asking municipalities, anybody that could, to do what they could for COVID mitigation. Paul and I discussed it and both agreed that it was probably appropriate to put on that action item because we did not have a meeting until this meeting. That was the reason that was put on there. So if anybody was wondering why it was on there, it was basically my request that it does in discussions with Paul. So, and on that note, excuse me, we have a meeting next Wednesday with Dr. Ann Zink from the state of Alaska. She's our health director. She's going to be giving a presentation on COVID. That will be Zoom. And for anybody out there wondering why it's on, there's several reasons. One is that Planning and Zoning is meeting that evening in council chambers. Number two, Dr. Zink can only participate by Zoom, and I think it's a lot more personable for her to be able to see folks on a Zoom meeting as opposed to something like this where she can't really, maybe it's, see people's body language as they're asking questions and things like that. So next Wednesday's meeting will be by Zoom with Dr. Zink, and Ms. Hines will be pushing out the meeting information for that. So, Councilmember Glendenning?
Yeah, is it this coming Wednesday or our regularly scheduled meeting in the end of the month, middle of the month?
It's next.
You said
Wednesday.
next Wednesday.
Yeah, it's the 8th.
Next Wednesday, it's the 9th.
The 9th, rather. 6 p.m.
Okay, so it's a Zoom meeting.
Correct.
But our regular meeting isn't till following Wednesday.
Correct.
So this will be held especially for us.
Yes.
And
Well, no, planning and zoning will be meeting, they've got the chambers here, they'll be meeting, so, that was partially one of the reasons we decided to do Zoom. But mainly I thought it would be, more, personable for Dr. Zink to, since she's not gonna be in person, so it's, I know for, you know, if you have to Zoom in, it's probably more personable if everybody you're discussing with is Zoomed with you instead of a separate body like this, so. Vice Mayor Malloy.
Just another question, if I may. Is this like a work session or a special meeting?
It's more of an informational meeting.
So-
We go, Ms. Hines.
So isn't it like, I'm sorry.
Oh, no worries. The request that came in was that it was a work session similar to
Oh, work
what
session.
Soldotna had.
Yeah, that's all.
And so that's what we're putting forth, and I'm creating it to be a webinar, like, sorry, I just saw the screen go white.
Oh.
I'm creating it to be a webinar so that the council members and the health and social services staff that will be joining us can be presenters, and then anybody else from the community will be observers, and then so that you guys can ask questions and we don't have to worry about sound issues and stuff.
So, and then, so that sort of, that segues into, you know, how we want to meet in future meetings as, you know, Governor Dunleavy, as I pointed out, he was the one who requested that we do what we can. I think we do a good job here. I think we, you know, we're social distancing, and I think, you know, I feel comfortable meeting here. That being said, I know administration has, you know, issued, you know, some guidelines regarding this building and what their staff will be doing. So I would suspect that that department heads, other than I think Chief Ross will probably be here for most meetings, and our employees, the city attorney and Mr. Ostrander, Jamie Hines, Ms. Hines, but they can, I don't have any issues with them participating by Zoom either. I think, well, Jamie almost has to be here, but I think that should also extend to council members. If there's any council member that doesn't feel comfortable meeting in person, should have the option to meet by Zoom, and we can do that. So, Councilmember Glendenning.
Yeah, isn't this more or less what we do now? You know, we have a hybrid, and we meet in person, some Zoom. We've had meetings where staff people have been in other parts of the building or whatnot, and we've successfully negotiated that.
Right. Yeah, no problem. I just want to reiterate that we got two new council members here that if anybody doesn't feel comfortable, they can Zoom in, and it doesn't count towards one of their teleparticipation, correct. And, you know, that being said, I want to also reiterate that we should all be following, you know, recommended guidelines that this body has passed a resolution that we, you know, we're social distance. If you feel sick, certainly I wouldn't expect to see you here at a council meeting. You know, just the things that we've already advocated for to send an example to our community. Is there any other discussion on Councilmember Axtad?
Yeah, I agree. The hybrids worked well, and you know, I would hope that anybody that doesn't feel comfortable or is maybe feeling ill, even though they don't know what it is, that they would Zoom in, and that does work. And you know, as far as city manager, attorney, and whatnot, I mean, I want to kind of reiterate that I'm just fine with them Zooming in from their office or wherever. It doesn't seem to be absolutely necessary that they be in this room, and it does kind of clear up a few extra spaces in here. I mean, if they needed to be, I guess they could, but I would be absolutely fine with them not being here.
Councilmember Winger?
You know, I too prefer the in-person. I think we're all adults and we have our own individual responsibility. However, with that being said, I do know there is medical concerns for some people that do serve on commissions, so I would like to see a hybrid format continue to go forth, so those people that do have maybe health risk and concerns can still participate and be a valuable member. But I also want to have the choice to be here, and I'd like to still see the public coming into the facility as well. So I support hybrid, but definitely would prefer the in-person.
Councilmember Glendenning?
Yeah, just a fine point. There's times during the meeting where we take a break, and we have to maybe discuss an item with the attorney or counsel with the clerk as to how to proceed. And so if we have a hybrid meeting, they're not here, is it possible they'd be in the building or close by for communication rather than, what, you do a telephone, tin can and wire, you know, it's a break from the meeting, it's aside from the Zoom, but we have definite council business communication.
Well, I would say, in my opinion, and I'm willing to roundtable this, but my opinion is that would be whatever they're comfortable with. I don't want any of our
Oh, no,
employees to
I'm
feel
not talking
like
about
they're.
dragging them in. I mean, just have the ability to have an ease of conversation with them, however we do it. We take an at ease. There's a procedure with the
Oh,
clerk.
sure.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
you know, and, okay, semaphore works fine for me.
Mhm. Yeah, I see what you're saying, if we have to have our city attorney draft amendment or something like that.
Yeah, there's always a glitch, always a hiccup, so if they're handy, that would be great.
Understood. Vice Mayor Malloy.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Yeah, I agree. I think we benefit from our hybrid meetings, and so does the public. And I agree that when we have a meeting or our commission has a meeting, that the public be allowed to come into the building for that purpose. You know, that being said, I do support, you know, the city manager's closures of facilities otherwise, you know, for the health of the employees and for the health of the public. And I do appreciate like we all do, the efforts that staff had made, you know, to allow us to do our business here. And, you know, I appreciate what's right in front of me, that they make all the protocols available, and, you know, appreciate their willingness to do this too, and don't have any problem with, you know, the city attorney or other staff, city manager being Zoom, which has happened before. You know, when we've had a hybrid, they've been in their office and that's worked too. And I'm sorry, you know, Ms. Hines, I guess you're a really essential.
Yeah.
You're a really essential employee to us, so we can't, you know, we.
Mr. Osteiner.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Since the council is going to move forward with hybrid, I'll just tell you that I'll plan on being here in person. I do think that there's a lot of value in being here, even though Councilmember Nackstead thought maybe I should leave. I will be here in person. I will tell you that, you know, in City Hall here, we have really strict protocols. I'm never within 6 feet of anyone in this building unless I have a mask on, and that's across the board. Every employee here is really diligent about doing that. So I'll continue to do that even when I'm here. I mean, right now I'm 6 feet away from everyone. I've got no problems with not having a mask, but if I'm within 6 feet, I'm gonna have a mask on, and I would expect anybody else that's within 6 feet of me would have a mask on too. It's one way we've kept City Hall safe. We're gonna continue to do it because it's keeping City Hall safe, but with the hybrid, which I think is perfectly appropriate, I'll make sure that I'm here in person as well.
Okay. Very good. And so I think we're good moving forward here, and I think that's a good plan. And again, if I can't stress enough, if you don't feel well, you know, don't be afraid to Zoom in, even if it's something, you know, even slight, like you feel slightly off. You know, I think it would be appropriate to to zoom in just so we can keep things as safe as we can here. Okay. Moving on here, we've got commission committee reports and what's that?
City managers. I'm sorry.
COVID-19 discussion?
Yeah. H11.
I don't have an H11.
We added it as a
Oh, the yeah, okay. Sorry, I didn't write it on my,
forgot to add it to the agenda.
I forgot to write it on my agenda, sorry. A lot going on there, thank you, Councilmember Nexus. Mr.
On the next item a little while ago on the printed agenda, so.
Mr. Ostrander.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. So we actually did have our 5th COVID positive employee yesterday. Still doing very well operationally though. We're able to keep the lights on, streets cleared, and you know, everything, all of our essential functions are still operating well. Actually, CDC came out with some new guidelines today that actually lessens the quarantine requirements for those that have close contact, which will help a lot. The way CDC was right now is that if you had a close contact, you had to quarantine for 14 days. That's going to be lessened to 10 days, and with testing as little as 7 days. So that will help us when we have an employee who does have a close contact, either at work or somewhere else. We'll be able to get them back to work sooner. So I think that will help us out. As Vice Mayor Malloy mentioned, we have extended the closure of City Hall to the end of the year. I did make sure that we included an exception for City Council and Commission meetings in these chambers. We also extended the closure of the library to curbside delivery only to the end of the year as well. As far as case rates for Central Kenai Peninsula, where we're at right now, we're extraordinarily high. Last meeting, which was a month ago, we had a case rate of 69. Now we're at 147, which Alaska's rate as a whole is 80, so we're quite a bit higher than the state of Alaska is. The highest case rate in the nation right now is Minnesota at 100.3, so we're about 50% higher than the highest case rate in the nation. So we've got obviously a significant surge here. Hopefully we'll see that start to reduce. But it is really high right now. As far as the hospital goes, CPH had 14 COVID positive patients in the hospital on the 25th of November. Fortunately, they only have 6 in the hospital now, so that's gone down a significant amount in the last week. They have opened up a surge area in the hospital that's expanded their total beds from 47 to 56. I talked to the hospital today, to their administration, and they're actually actively planning to activate additional surge beds. I think they're concerned, like a lot of hospitals across the country, that they're going to see a surge after the Thanksgiving holidays. So they are looking at opening up additional beds to try to accommodate any surge. I wanted to give just a very quick vaccine update. We had a presentation this morning at 7 o'clock from who was Alaska's chief medical officer prior to Ann Zink. And he now works for the CDC, and he gave a really good presentation about the vaccines and the different ones that are coming down the pipe. And there's the Moderna and the Pfizer one, which are the hRNA vaccines, and then there's viral vaccines that are coming out that'll be coming out probably sometime next month. But the mRNA vaccine with Pfizer is likely going to be available in about 2 weeks, which means shots in arms in 2 weeks. And then he talked about the hierarchy of who is actually going to be getting those vaccines first. And there's a 1A, 1B, 1C, and then there's a 2. 1A is our first responders that are emergency medical providers, and healthcare workers are primarily in the 1A. 1B then is other essential workers and the elderly. And then 1C is an extension of the essential workers and elderly. And then once you get to 2, it means that the vaccines are widely available, and it's basically open to everyone else. So 20 million or so vaccines would be offered here in about 2 weeks. We don't know how many will get to the state of Alaska, but hopefully we can have a significant number of those healthcare workers and first responders get vaccinated in that first round. Last thing I have is our emergency declaration expires at the end of the year. We are going to have a resolution at the next meeting that's going to extend that or ask to extend it. We're going to make sure that we list all of the reasons for extension, why we think that it makes sense to extend, but just a heads up, that does expire and there will be a resolution coming forward for your consideration at the next meeting. And that's all I have, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Glendenning.
Just a procedure question. For the extension of the powers, you envision it go 30 days, maybe 60 days, and we have some meetings to work with it, a little flex, because this is a moving target. It really is, and what, there's 6 vaccines out there, and our world's not going to change tomorrow. We're going to be like this for a while. So any forecasting you can do and flexibility that you would like us to give you, please exhibit that when we have that discussion.
Any other, Councilmember Winger?
Through the mayor to Mr. Ostrander, did they give you an outline of who would be considered essential? Because when you go out to the general public now, a cashier at Walmart is deemed an essential employee. So did they give more breakdown of what they're going to deem as essential? To me, it's first responders, medical personnel, but when we start talking essential workers, that becomes a little broader into construction and these other entities. Did they give that breakdown?
Mr. Ostrander.
Through the mayor, Councilmember Winger, there is an actual list out there, and I can get the link to that list if you'd like. It's the federal government, some agency, the federal government came up with a pretty broad list of who is essential workers. So they actually have it identified out there. And I can get you that link if you're interested.
If you could, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Any other questions of the city manager regarding COVID discussion? Thank you, Paul. I guess I do have one. Did they talk about if, what would happen if they, let's say, I know there's some apprehension by some folks about whether they would take it or not, or how does that work? Did they have any, was that part of the discussion at all? Is if they have a compliance rate or,
So I'm sorry, I guess I don't quite understand the question. Mr.
Well, I mean, I've heard folks, there's some apprehension by some folks about getting the vaccine. So I imagine that it might be a component of the healthcare workers too, or first responders. I was just, did they put a confidence level rate at what their compliance would be if, they offered it to first responders? I was just curious about that.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, if the level of acceptance of the vaccine reflects the general population, I think somewhere between 50 and 60% right now is what folks say that they'll take the vaccine. And you'll probably see similar uptake with first responders, maybe with healthcare workers it'd be slightly higher. I'm speculating now, but I'm certain there are going to be some of those folks that choose not to take the vaccine.
Very good. Councilman Winger?
I would like to say thank you for arranging that meeting with Dr. Zink for us next week. I think it'll clear up a lot of these questions that we all have. I know I've seen a presentation from Dr. Zink last week that said that being this is an emergency order vaccine, they can't mandate it, they can't require it. So there is that little bit of touchy-feely stuff going on there. I am looking forward to that meeting so that we can ask questions and have it on record for the people of Kenai. So thank you for putting that together.
Thank you. Any other questions or discussion? Councilmember Glenn.
Just one question. We have the numbers, for the virus, and I saw a statistic where there were like 900,000 tests given in Alaska, and only 700,000 folks. So I think that's a good thing, because people are stepping up and getting tested, and we can statistically get our ducks in a row. But I do have a question. This is the flu season. It's not, and now it's the COVID season. But are there any numbers for the traditional flu that's usually around at this time? Is that being discussed? Is it known? Is it being tested for? I don't expect you to know that, but I would appreciate some answer along that line.
Well, I would suggest next week that might be right in Dr. Zink's wheelhouse. I would guess.
Okay, yeah, it depends on the meeting. I'll be here for P and Z, but I just thought I'd throw that idea out in case someone had a better way to
Oh,
ask
I
the
see.
question. Unless someone had a better way to ask the question. That was my idea of verbalizing it now.
Oh, asking administration to ask Dr. Zink?
Or someone here
someone, okay.
could perfect my question, yes.
Okay, Councilmember Nexon.
That's an interesting question. I was wondering if, Jamie, are you planning on recording that Zoom meeting so that others can see it?
Yeah, it will be, I don't know what the technical term is, for slung to YouTube as well, and on our website after the fact.
Councilmember Winger.
I just would like to go off of Jim. I did see that CDC is not going to be tracking the influenza season for 2021, so the only data that will be available will be from the previous year, so they won't be tracking anything with what their microphone, sorry.
Turn mine on then.
So their official statement was that they weren't going to be tracking the influenza on their website for the season. So it would be previous year's data on CDC, and that they're not tracking the influenza data, was what their update about a month ago said.
Okay.
Okay, and maybe we'll probably get confirmation from Dr. Zink on that too, I guess.
Yeah, because that muddies the waters.
Okay. Any further discussion on COVID-19? Seeing none, we'll move to commission committee reports, and at this time, do we need to make a motion to appoint Councilor Askin to the beautification committee?
I move to appoint Commissioner Askin to the beautification committee.
Second.
Request unanimous consent.
Unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Seeing none. Because I think we do that by motion anyway for our other liaisons, so. Yeah, very good, awesome. So that is you'd be the liaison to beautification. So very good. And with that, we'll start with Council on Aging.
Yes, thank you. I was in consultation with
Kathy?
the lady who heads up the senior center over there. I know Kathy Romaine, one of my lovely friends. They are going to have the Council on Aging meeting tomorrow on Zoom, and it will be a brief meeting to give an update of what's going on over at the senior center and the grants that they have in place, and also some new employees that have been added over there, plus the planning for the March for Meals Madness. So keep that on your agenda. Thank
I'm
you.
sorry, she said tomorrow?
That's the 10th. Oh, the 10th. The 10th is not tomorrow. The 10th is a week away, so I beg your pardon.
I thought she was trying to sneak something by the clerk here.
Thank you for giving me that update. On December the 10th, we'll have that Zoom meeting. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Petty. Airport Commission report.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. The next airport commission meeting is the 10th, December.
Thank you. Harbor Commission report.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I think Harbor doesn't meet again until February 2021. I'm not sure of the date. I can't see that far ahead yet.
Okay, very good. Parks and Recreation report.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. The Parks and Rec had a meeting. They are looking at the Leif Hansen Memorial Park, if you're familiar where the water fountain is. They're going to be doing some updated work. They want the bricks to be red, so they found a way to kind of paint the bricks red, do the necessary repairs. I think the goal now is to do something that's going to last all year round. So they're looking at doing a winter fountain display of some sort. So there was many different things put forward, different pictures, designs to choose from. Nothing was really picked. They averaged from $10,000 to $20,000. We had a joint meeting. Miss Gabriel had actually suggested doing maybe like a trickling cascading fountain of lights that could change colors. So for Valentine's, it could be red. For St. Patty's, it could be green. So something a little more neutral that's not just a Christmas tree. So they will be meeting tomorrow at 6 o'clock, and we'll discuss this a little further going forth. They have put the ice in at Dobbinspec Park, and they've been maintaining that, and we've been getting a lot of use from families. And then, you know, they do everything, so we can't be any more appreciative from our small little Parks and Recs crew.
Thank you, Councilmember Winger. Under beautification report, I would just report that was the joint work session with Parks and Recreation and Beautification Committee, so that your report probably covered beautification there, so thank you for that. Under mini grant steering committee, there is no report. Under report of the mayor, first of all, I want to thank Vice Mayor Malloy for graciously filling in for me and covering the parade and the Christmas Comes to Kenai parade and the fireworks, which my daughter sent me a video of the grand finale, which was just really cool, because what was more cool almost than the finale and all the fireworks was everybody honking. I mean, it was like it really came through about how appreciative, but they said there was a really high level of participation, and it seemed like folks enjoyed themselves. And I think after, as I said last time, after not having our 4th of July parade, I think it was nice to be able to get this in and have folks come out to enjoy that. And so thanks again for filling in for me. I certainly appreciate it.
If I could supplement that.
Absolutely.
And hey, it was a lot of fun, real easy job greeting everybody and flipping the switch to turn on the Christmas lights of the tree. I want to say that you're absolutely right. There's a big mountain of snow that the kids were all having a great time jumping on and everything. And in past winters, maybe 15 years ago, we used to have 2. Right. But at any rate, we were just fortunate and blessed to have that snow right before it. The Chamber did a really excellent job under the circumstances. Got it. Kudos to them. Santa was great. This year they couldn't do in person, but they had them drive through with our fire department. Right. Waving to everybody, and kids were really excited about that. Then they had the parade, and they had at least 11 floats. They were really good floats. And then Santa came through in the fire truck, and then he climbed out and he climbed up on the top of the fire truck, and then he climbed back down the end. And the kids were going nuts over that.
Nice.
He went through the crowd and said hi to kids, and of course there was the bonfire, and then as well there was the Kenai performers, Christmas carolers that were there for quite a bit, singing a lot. And there was people in the crowd that were up around them that were singing with them. So people really, really seemed to be excited about it and really enjoy it. And I know Council Member Winger was there with her family enjoying it too, and others. So thanks for, and I'm happy that you had the opportunity to visit with your family. Yeah. Over the holidays outside. So.
Yeah, it's actually around your old stomping grounds there. Actually, we were went through your hometown there. But I was almost jealous actually that I missed that. The one thing I did want to point out regarding Thanksgiving is that, I think we'd be remiss in not recognizing. Even though it didn't happen, we didn't have our Thanksgiving dinner or Thanksgiving meal at the senior center this year, which has been a tradition that, that's something that Hillcorp, originally I think, Chevron, Marathon, and just Agrium, and it went through the whole gambit, and Hillcorp, something Hillcorp took over, and certainly I'm sure would have sponsored it this year if it was a non-COVID year. So we I wanted to at least mention them that, they weren't forgotten, even though that didn't happen this year. So it was a bummer, obviously. That was one event I clearly look forward to. I think most of you guys do too, every year. So I did attend the Conference of Mayors at the AML conference. Of course, it was done virtually this year. I think there's about 23 mayors that participated, and for some reason, our internet in our house is really bogged down. My wife spent 3 hours with ACS trying to figure out what was going on, but my Zoom kept buffering. But they had a presentation called "Falling Down Successfully" that was pretty interesting. For me, it was some of the concepts were a little bit obscure, but we had a lot of good discussion. Day 2 with my internet seemed to be a little bit better, and had a lot of good discussion regarding concerns of the mayors from across the state of COVID in a lot of the communities, law enforcement, and some of the issues that other communities are facing. And I think Kena is pretty well positioned, I think, for even now when I heard some of the other, mayors and some of the things that they're sort of going through. So, and then even looking at I just got to glance at the third quarter sales tax report. Thank you for that. It looks like we're kind of tracking just where we were with previous years, with my quick glance on it. So considering what we originally feared from COVID, I'm glad to see we're doing well there. So with that, I can't think of anything else other than, again, welcoming Ms. Councilor Askin to the body here and thanking everybody else who put their name in the hat. So, and with that, we'll move to administration reports. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I wanted to start off talking about the laydown, the third quarter sales tax reports. A little bit of explanation I think probably be necessary, primarily on the table that says summary by jurisdiction. So what this is representing is each one of the jurisdictions in the borough, and then the borough overall. Each one of those columns represents a quarter. So the first column on the left is first quarter, next one is second, and then the one under the year to 2020, 2019, and 2018, that's the third quarter. So third quarter is the one of primary interest here, and you can see that this year in the third quarter of 2020, there was $74,490,258 worth of taxable sales in the city of Kenai. That is an increase over 2019 by a significant amount, 3.45%, and also an increase over 2018. The interesting thing on this sheet is if you look at all of the other jurisdictions within the borough, none of the other jurisdictions saw a growth year over year in their third quarter sales. Many of them, I think, are really susceptible to the downturn in tourism that we saw this year. I think the city of Kenai is insulated from that to a certain extent. But regardless, an increase year over year of 3.4% for the third quarter for this year is something that we are very pleased about, no question. Mr. Eubank and I were talking about this before the meeting tonight, and one of the things that we think may be driving this is I think our residents and other folks around here are shopping locally. I know that there's a lot of online shopping that's occurring right now, folks that don't want to go shop in person. But I think the people that are shopping in person are shopping locally. They're not going to Anchorage and loading up in Costco. They're shopping here locally instead of going other places. And I just think if that is in fact a component of this, which I think it likely is, it just shows you the power of shopping locally. I mean, if you really want to do something good for our local business, shopping here locally is a really powerful thing, and it's indicated in the numbers here. So. Anyways, I'm glad we have this available for you. If you have additional questions after I'm done here, I'm certainly happy to answer them. But sticking along the lines of money, we have begun work on the FY22 budget, which seems amazing. It seems like we just got done with the FY21 budget, but here we are starting with the FY22 budget. Terry and I met on that earlier this week, coming up with kind of general guidelines for what we want to see our department heads put together for their budgets this year. But you will see that starting to ramp up as we get into the new year, of course. Our marketing firm, Divining Point, was scheduled to come up to Alaska January 5th. They were going to participate They were actually going to participate here in person in council chambers, and they were also going to present at KPED's deal. They ended up having to cancel their trip, and they're going to reschedule, hopefully for March. They just couldn't get past the quarantine requirements that the state has in place for travel. So unfortunately, they canceled. I'm still suggesting that they present by Zoom at your January meeting to give you kind of an update on what's happening with their marketing efforts. So hopefully they'll be able to do that. As of November 30th, Raven has started flying Kenai to Anchorage 7 days a week, 6 flights daily. So that's something that we've been waiting for quite some time. It's great news for the airport. As you know, we don't achieve or maintain our Part 139 certification without those flights, so it's good to see them back. And then last thing I have is the Bluff project. The RFP package for design of that project is being assembled by Scott Curtin right now. We have a meeting with the Corps, the Alaska District, next Tuesday to go over that. What we're looking for from them is completeness of the package, and probably at least as important is to make sure that everything that we're asking for in the design is eligible for reimbursement as we get further along in the project. So once it's packaged together, we'll put it out on the street. We will be looking to hire a design firm to do the design for the project. And that's all I have, but I'm happy to answer questions.
Does anybody have any questions? Councilmember Glendenning.
Yes, there's a project that's on the back burner, and I don't anticipate we'll get to it till first quarter next year, but that's the land sale that we have going. I have a pamphlet at home that says it's like 3 years old, and many things have happened that have superseded the amount of labor to bring that up to speed. But I do get a few phone calls once in a while saying, what about it? And I'm telling spring. So if we could kind of have it in our view to work something. I know we're going to have work sessions and all of that, and so it's just something else on your plate. So I appreciate it.
If I might, Mayor Gabriel, Councilmember Glendenning, I can speak to that. So we are continuing to work on that. Today I got probably our 5th draft of that land management plan on my desk. So it's now on me. I have to go through the entire document again. So we're still planning on moving that forward and getting it to council as soon as we can. So there is still progress being made. All the appropriate department heads have reviewed it completely. I've gone through it twice, going through it for a 3rd time now. So we are still working on it. It's become evident the more eyes that look at it, the more refinement that it really needs. So and I can also tell you that when it comes to you, it's going to need further refinement. It's such a enormous document that getting it perfect the first time out, I just don't think is possible. So it's going to be interesting to see it go through that process where we have work sessions, not only with the council, but with the other commissions to refine that to its final form.
Any other questions of the city manager? Oh, Vice Mayor Malloy.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Just following up on that, doesn't have to be perfect because it's the kind of document that's going to continue to evolve over time, similar somewhat to comprehensive plan, although it's more focused. That being said, do you have an update on the new planner that you hired, when you anticipate that he might be arriving and when he might be introduced?
Mr. O'Connor.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Vice Mayor Malloy. Excuse me. I do. He crossed the Canadian border today. And his first day of work with the city is going to be the 21st of December.
Thank you. Councilmember Naxton.
A couple of questions. Back to the tax table that you have here. No questions about those particular numbers, by the way, but in our next meeting, we're going to be appropriating monies from remote sales tax. And is that going to change? Well, is it going to change those numbers? I don't know what period of time that is. So are these numbers expected to then all go up, or does that happen in the next quarter?
Mr. Ostrander.
Through the mayor, Councilmember Naxted. The ordinance that council will be considering at the next meeting actually is just changing the way that we're accounting for those online sales tax revenues. The projections that we came up with during last year's budget on how much online sales tax revenue we would receive, we actually undershot by a little bit. It doesn't appear that we're going to get quite as much as what we had thought. In reality, the total amount of online sales is, compared to what we have in brick and mortar, is pretty insignificant. Probably talking $200,000 in revenue potentially this year. But I do believe that we've been receiving payments quarterly or monthly on those. Monthly. So we've received those, so those are incorporated into these numbers.
They are.
Oh, they're not? Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Mr. Eubank?
So, thank you, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Naxton. So these numbers are strictly from the Kenai Peninsula Borough. They do not include the online sales tax numbers. So, and yeah, the ordinance that will be before you next time is because when we budgeted for online sales tax, I netted the numbers. So I projected what I thought we would collect in tax and the fees we would pay, because there's about, 18%, we pay about 18% in fees to the Online Sales Tax Commission for collecting. We knew it going in, and that's what we pay. Well, in discussions with our auditors, I can't account for it that way. We have to gross things up, so I have to report full amount of revenue and then the expense and the fees. So I don't have a budgetary line item to pay for the fees. So in order to classify them correctly for next year, that's what that ordinance is about. So it's not really related to this, but those online sales would be in addition to these sales, so they're not included in these numbers.
Thank you. I had just done a cursory review of it, so I wasn't really up to speed. Now, the last question has to do with the airport fuel sales. There's a whole bunch of blanks: July, August, September, and October, unavailable. Certainly, we know what we sold and how much we made, and there's like a note with an asterisk. IT needs to install wireless radio. That might be true, but we certainly must know what those sales were as we're going up into our budget time and all of that, just to see what our sales have been going on. So I hope that would be filled out, and the Airport Commission next week would actually know what those sales were. We do know, right?
Mr. Ostrander?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Councilmember Naxted. I'll have to get back with you. I don't know what the story is behind the unavailable numbers.
Any other questions of the city manager? Seeing none, we'll move to city attorney, Mr. Bloom.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel, members of council. I'd like to welcome Ms. Askin, congratulations. And I'll work with Terry to get you guys a report on our online sales tax numbers for the next meeting.
Very good, thank you. Any questions of the city attorney? Seeing none, we'll move to city clerk, Ms. Hines.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel, members of council. I provided a report in the packet regarding the shred that we conducted on November the 12th. And a lot of the rest of my month has been researching and figuring out a process for earlier today. So that's my report, and I'm happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Any questions for our city clerk, Councilman Glendenning?
Yeah, just a process question, and I'm asking the question like I think I know the answer, but we have commissions and committees, and we have ongoing calls seasonally for advertising the positions that are coming up through term expiration. We keep a file in your office of folks who are interested or have been interested in commissions and committees. Are those people, are they updated, or do they think that it's evergreen, that it's in there? Or I guess my real question is how do we manage that?
Ms. Hines.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Councilmember Glendenning, we call them when we have vacancies and confirm that they're still interested or not.
Okay, and then their little form can be updated or something as response to the call?
Yeah, we just make a note on there. I don't have it in front of me, but
I saw
I
one.
believe one of them was a new appointment tonight and actually applied last year, and we confirmed that they were still interested.
Okay, I saw one. I didn't know if it was an outlier or if that was policy, so
Nope,
thank
it's
you.
Practice.
Any, Councilmember Winger?
I just want to say, Jamie, thank you for everything you do. I know it's been rough with the elections and just kind of adjusting, and I know you have a bunch of adults to kind of keep happy. So I just want to say thank you for all that you do for us.
Thank you.
Councilmember Naxton?
I'm one of those kids she keeps happy too. But I wanted to thank you for all the work you did, you and Megan, I'm sure, you know, on our work session tonight, getting that all prepared, the process and all of that. And I know I called you a couple of times about process and how that was going to go, and you were on top of it. And then it's like you really need to know everything that might happen, you know, on something that we haven't done since 2006?
2004.
You know.
I could probably tell you the 6 that applied in 2004.
Yeah.
I looked at it so much.
You know, and I thought it actually worked out very well the way it worked out tonight. So
Thanks.
anyway.
And I have to also pass it on to City Manager Ostrander and Scott Bloom for reviewing it and trying to poke holes in it and their help too.
So that being said, would it be, I mean, is this something we should consider codifying?
It may not necessarily need to be in code, but it might be a great thing to put in to create a policy around, so that when it happens, the clerk from Soldotna shared their policy with me. They've, over the past 3 or 4 years, have actually done this on an annual basis for one reason or another, and so she shared her policy with me, and theirs is a policy. So if we wanted to draft a resolution and create a policy that matched it, if you were satisfied with how it worked out tonight, it would be easier for the next person.
That's what I was thinking. Is there any objection? Just a nod of heads from the body? Is that something we can get behind as the policy? I thought it worked pretty well too. So, Councilmember Glendenning.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea. You know, there's a range of possibilities, and I'm sure we would address those probabilities, you know, like a gambler would. The range of response for a given number, and I think it's something we'd be able to manage very well, and I have confidence in your abilities. But we don't need to see it till after Easter, huh?
Well, yeah. No rush. Nobody leave, and we won't have a problem. But I think you know, it would probably be, you know, help future council, or you know, if they, you know, because they might, someone leaves like, okay, what do we do? And there's nothing in policy. I mean, that's the first thing you do is look in the code or look in municipal code or policy. And if there's nothing there, then it's like, well, what do we, you could do anything from a special election to a, you know, whatever. And so I think it is kind of, you know, nice, and if future councils want to, you know, change that there, they could. So. Vice Mayor Malloy.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. You know, I was going to say, I hope nobody else resigns.
Yeah.
You know, and because there will be an election in October, and also I agree with everybody. You certainly, you know, I suffer periodically from parsing sentences, and you really helped with the one that I parsed, you know, on how the voting was going to work, and I appreciate that. And I thought that the system that you set up worked really well. We did have to get down to drawing straws, and I thought that was fair because everybody was getting the same amount of votes, and it wasn't changing. So, and I think we had a really great outcome, and really welcome, as I know we all do, our new council member Askin. So, you know, thank you.
Yeah, and this is just 2 scripts tonight for me, so that was kind of nice that I got to read my script without. So I said I appreciate people that make me look like less of an idiot than I am. So, any other questions of Ms. Hines? Awesome. With that, we'll go to additional public comment. Is there anybody from the general public that'd like to address the council at this time? Anybody online?
Anybody on Zoom, you can use the raise hand feature. I don't see anybody raising their hands.
Okay, very good. And with that, we'll come back to council comments. Councilmember Naxted.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I want to welcome Victoria to the council, and I know it's something you've been talking about, for maybe a couple of years. I've been sitting near you at planning and zoning meetings and whatnot, and I know you're going to be missed over there. It's going to be a hard seat to replace, I think. So, welcome. I'm looking forward to our year together, and looking forward to you running next fall. And the only other thing I wanted to mention was Beaver Loop, and to thank for Paul to kind of pass on to the maintenance staff. I mean, no slight to the state, but I mean, Beaver Loop had been, a low rung in the, I now when I leave early in the morning, it just was. It was Category 3 or whatever that's is. But anyway, I was used to driving through deeper and deeper snow for 3 days until the state didn't. It's just the way that process works. Now I leave my home, and we had that first snow, and it was cleared off and sanded, and they kept up with it, and it's worked out really well. And I'm thanking you, but I think I'm thanking you for all my neighbors up and down Beaver Loop too. That kind of. Now we have a new standard. Thank you. If you'd pass that on, I'd sure appreciate it.
Vice Mayor Malloy.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Well, at our last special meeting, we had some public comment about masks, and we've been getting a lot of email from people and a lot of dialogue outside of meeting with business owners and members of the public. Some very much in favor of the city doing a mask mandate, and some very much opposed to it. And and like some of you probably had conversations with people, business owners have called me and stuff. Some have asked, what are you going to do? How many? Like we had one that said that people were abusing their staff, which is unfortunate to see. And I just wanted to say that the city has been taking a position, and currently where I'm at is kind of consistent where we've been. We did a resolution in September that was sponsored by Mayor Gabriel. It was a resolution adopting a joint resolution number 2020-001 of the Assembly of the Kenai Peninsula Borough and Councils of the City of Kenai and City of Soldotna, encouraging all residents to take the necessary precautions and follow the recommended preventative measures of CDC to reduce the spread of COVID in our community during the public health emergency. And that joint resolution was just asking people voluntarily to help us all as a community, by wearing a cloth face covering or mask in public, physical and social distancing, washing your hands, not touching your face, and staying home, as the mayor said, if you feel ill, for us too, our actions that will reduce negative impacts to our local economy during the public health emergency. And the Assembly and the councils of the City of Kenai and Soldotna strongly encourage all residents to practice these recommended measures to prevent the spread of disease in our communities. And since then, there's been, as our manager has pointed out and reports to us regularly, more of a spike in what's been happening, and it's impacted our hospitals and everything. And then we had our mayor a couple of weeks ago make what I think was a really good video for the public, again, strongly encouraging everyone to voluntarily, follow the protocols, again, to help keep people safe and businesses open. I'm looking forward to and appreciate that administration has helped set up a work session for the council with Dr. Zink that we talked about during COVID. And I didn't want to take all this time during the COVID discussion to rant about this. My opportunity to rant really is during the council comments. And so I think that's going to be good information to have. I just, again, want to support what we said previously about encouraging people to voluntarily take these measures, to continue to, if you want to wear a mask, going into business, please do so. If a business wants you to wear a mask, please do so. Please don't, berate people who want you to wear a mask. If you don't want to wear a mask, please continue to do business as you can locally. Please keep your families safe and healthy too. This is something that we can get through together, that's kind of what my thinking is currently on it and where I'm at. And I just thought, because people have reached out to me and they've called me personally too, and said that it would be really helpful if we mandated something, and I'm not sure that really would be significantly productive. But I do believe that people voluntarily taking these measures and caring for each other and not abusing each other will really make a difference. And so, again, I'm asking people to do that consistent with what the council and the mayor has asked in the past. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that, Councilor, or Vice Mayor Malloy. And wanted not to, jump in here, but it's a very good point. I think one of the things that kind of jumped to my mind is maybe, I agree that the mask mandate for the city of Kenai at this time, I don't think it would be so. What we've been trying to do through the whole course of this is ask people to just voluntarily comply. These are the best recommendations we have to mitigate, and that being said, to reduce the risk of COVID in our community. So from this point, and that was one of the things that bothered me on the call where we had public comment on the special meeting, was the employees that were being harangued because there was a company policy that they wear masks. So, maybe if we don't do a mask mandate, we can do a fine schedule for people who harass people who don't. I mean, that's uncalled for in my opinion. If you don't agree with wearing a mask, that's fine, but there's no need to berate people because it's part of their job requirement. What you just said is a good point to consider. When you go into a business, you're going into their workplace. Just like if someone was at your workplace, you would expect that they probably didn't smoke, let's say, or do things like that. That's all those people are asking when you see that sign on the door, to please respect their workplace. So it's not a statement about you or anything else. Just simply respect their workplace. So with that, I'll go to Councilmember Winger and get her comments.
All right, so I took the AML training for newly elected officials and then did the conference all the following week. I've got a lot of good information out of those. To be honest, I wasn't a big fan of the second week of the conferences with AML and some of their views they put off. So it was a little discouraging just from not staying on a nonpartisan view on that. But I did do the training, took out a bunch of additional good, useful information. I as well went to the Christmas Comes to Kenai event, like Bob Malloy said, took my kids. We absolutely loved the snow hill. I think I want to say there was more people at the bonfire this year than maybe previous years. So it seemed like a great turnout. The kids definitely had fun. I heard from people saying, gosh, I haven't been out of the house. So I think it was a welcoming break for people. We're seeing a lot of depression hit with kids being out of school. I know kids are struggling with the distance learning. There's been a lot of suicides from our teens that are struggling with distance learning. And then now I'm hearing seniors attempting suicide. So we're not just leaving this now at just our youth. We have our seniors that are being greatly impacted. They're lonely. They're stuck in isolation for months. We're getting into the holiday season. There's no break in this. So a lot of them are feeling just hopeless. So all I can do is say, reach out to people, give love, give attention this year. You never know who could be struggling. We are seeing that in high numbers. So definitely concerning. And I think we could all do our part with somebody in this community. The Kenai Chamber, just going back to their Christmas Comes to Kenai, they do have their Kenai Chamber Christmas raffle coming up. If any of you guys have seen their information, They're going to be meeting Friday at December 18th at 6 o'clock at Kenai Joe's for their raffles. $40 a ticket, $100 for 3. Some of the prizes you can win is when we're able to travel, two Alaska airline tickets, vouchers on the Alaska Railroad. If you've never got to experience that, I highly suggest it. So we could all do our part by supporting the Kenai Chamber and all the great things they do. The Boys and Girls Club also has extended their online gala fundraiser. I think they're really just trying to hope to gain a little better footing with that than what they've gotten. We have a lot of things going on in our community. I look forward to more. Hopefully we're not going to cancel anything going forth with COVID concerns. I too, as Bob mentioned, have been getting calls. You get people in the store wanting a mandate, not wanting a mandate. The most important ones I've been getting are the people that have had COVID and have recovered from COVID. And I just want to point out that when we take a mask mandate per se, it's not a one size fits all. We do have a good amount of people in our community that have gotten COVID, have recovered from COVID. And when you talk to those people, even after they've recovered, some have been hospitalized with breathing, they're still opposed to a mask mandate. So all I can do is encourage people to reach out to all of us. I tell them, don't just reach out to me. You need to know that we're a whole body. And reaching out to just Bob isn't the right thing, because if Bob leaves, they're not going to have a window to the council. So making sure that we just direct them to the council as a whole, to email us as a whole so their voices are heard is super important. But I just want to mention that the COVID mask thing isn't a one size fits all. And right now I think just continuing with individual responsibility would be proper.
Thank you. Councilmember Petty.
Thank you, Mayor. I also had the privilege to experience the wonderful Christmas Comes to Kenai and the exceptional, awesome firework display, and participated in the horn honking. Thank you for participating and providing that for our city. It was a very uplifting experience. I also wanted to welcome Ms. Askin to the council, and thank you for your service and being willing to serve. Thank you so very much. Also, I wanted to weigh in. I too have been had the privilege to visit with a number of our community members on the mask opportunity, whether or not you want to wear or not wear. And so I truly believe in protecting each individual's responsibility to be an adult and take personal responsibility as well. So anyone who wants to voice your insight should join us on the Zoom meeting with Dr. Zink. And then also when we have the opportunity to discuss it on our next city council meeting, please be here so we can hear your voice personally. And I thank Ms. Hines for orchestrating our work session today, and it went off very smoothly, and I want to thank you for your efforts, and thank the city manager and our city attorney in helping facilitate that so that we could have a wonderful new addition to our council so that we could continue to do the work of the city. So thank you. That ends my comments.
Thank you. Councilman Glendenning.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Welcome, Victoria, for joining us, and you already hit the ground running, so I know it'll be just great. My phone blew up, both of them, over this masking thing and other, and my response was similar to the approach that Councilor Malloy had. I explained how we conduct our public meetings, the hybrid. I explained that the city hall is closed down, but the services are available. The library, every time you go by, the little drive-through lane is just busy with people. I said the airport's opening up, planes are coming in. There's an effort over at the Chamber of Commerce to to honor our tradition, our Christmas traditions, and people are be able to participate, however, in a modified format. And so we're trying to manage it. What the task in the first quarter next year will be how we realize when we've been a success and we can start going back to normal. But that's a discussion for first quarter next year. And the Christmas spirit in our town is challenged, sometimes a little frayed, but I think it's active and alive. I see it in the places that I go, people's mannerisms on the street, and that's all we can do is be individuals and participate, put some money in the kettle, or however you wish to honor our traditions. And if there's a place you can jump in to help with something, we all do, and others will. So, having said all that, I know 2021 will be a far better year, and I know city manager has a beginning of a plan of how to get us back to regular order, and it's just going to take time. There's 6 vaccines out there, and each one has a little different protocol. Not all of them have been tested for, say, people my age. So the devil's in the detail. Nebraska, for example, the first tranche that comes through, there are only 38,000 for the whole state. It's a start, but we have to keep going with it. This meeting we're going to have with Doctors Inc., I think will inform us even more. And as time goes by, we'll ask more questions and we'll learn more. I don't know if we'll ever be COVID experts, but at least in our own situation and for what we're dealing and what we want to do and what our goals are, as some of my questions tonight for the prospective council members, I tried to get their ideas. I learned from them, and I think we have a path forward. And thank you for your leadership, Mayor Gabriel, and you, City Manager Paul, and all of the staff. We're doing the best we can in a difficult situation, and I'm proud to be a part of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Glendenning, and we'll get the newest councilmember gets the last word in here. Councilmember Askin.
Well, thank you very much for your vote of confidence. I look forward to working with each and every one of you this year. I echo everything all of you have said about the COVID and the masking, and it comes down for me, what I've been telling people is it's a matter of mutual respect, and that's what we need to be in this community, is just respect each other's wishes, and hopefully that we'll just keep doing that. But thank you again.
Thank you, and with that, we have no executive session, and seeing no other pending items before this body, we are adjourned.